Pisces, this is a general reading, which means that not everything that's mentioned here is going to be a perfect match to what's going on in your situation. Listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general reading. If you'd like a read based on your own personal energy, I do offer personal readings. And I am offering tarot classes if you'd like to learn with me. The information is on my website. We're going to talk about delicate topics. Consider that a trigger warning. And let's dive in. Let's see what might be playing out for you over the next 7 days, Pisces, the beginning of 2026. Seems like you're going to be gathering together with some people. Get together. This could possibly be a family. Jennifer. Happy New Year to you too, Jennifer. I appreciate you. Let's see. Something that you really want in 2026 that seems like maybe it's been like kind of complicated to attain is coming in for you in 2026. There's something that you've been wishing for, but there's been a setback. And the reason for the setback might have you feeling a bit confused. Unless we're talking about a relationship. If we're talking about a relationship between you and someone feels a bit complicated. Yes. Something might be, you might be experiencing some frustration with someone right about now. I don't know. Might be going through some difficult times with someone. I think so. Because it looks like you've been having some conversations with somebody. It seems like part of you doesn't want to give up hope on this situation, Pisces. Even though you're getting a lot of mixed signals from this person. It seems like one minute they want you, the next minute they don't. So it seems like it has you feeling confused. Maybe you want closure with this person. It seems like maybe you haven't been getting along with someone. Like I said, something feels a bit complicated between you and someone. Possibly this King of Pentacles. Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn that could be relevant in your situation. Specifically Capricorn with the Devil. There's definitely something going on online. This is somebody that doesn't want to settle down. They don't want to be committed to just one person. So some of you, maybe you are talking to somebody, Pisces. Maybe you're not really wanting to be serious right now. Maybe you got out of something kind of complicated, and maybe you just need some time to kind of bounce back and recover. Because it definitely looks like the past is an issue for you. There's a Leo that just came on the scene, so it has a Sagittarius. If you planned on traveling, something might have you a little bit held up. You might be a little bit delayed in your travel. There could possibly be some conflicts between you and someone, especially if we're talking about online or we're talking about through text message. Somebody might say something and you might want to have a rebuttal to them, or you might want to call them out on their BS about something, okay? So I definitely see somebody doing something kind of sneaky. Somebody's doing something sneaky, trust and believe they're going to get caught. Yeah. Somebody's keeping a lot of secrets in this situation, and they're being very calculated about their next move. So if this is someone who might be feeling like they're ready to cut off someone in a relationship, it seems like somebody might be doing so, kind of planning this in their head, but, plotting and planning, but maybe not telling you, how they're going to do this. Because it looks like somebody might have somebody else that they're interested in. So before they kind of make their exit strategy, they have somebody else that they kind of have in mind. Maybe they've been dealing with this person on the low. And who they've been dealing with is the Queen of Pentacles. The King and the Queen. Is there somebody in the middle of this, Spirit Guides? There's a Taurus. Yes. You definitely have somebody coming in like, somebody's in the middle. And I'm trying to figure out, is this somebody meddling in your situation? Maybe there's somebody that feels that they know best, because it seems like you're having conversations with someone. So someone could possibly be giving you advice about your situation. Maybe there's something that you don't quite see about your situation that maybe somebody might be pointing out. Because it looks like you love someone unconditionally. It just seems like you're not feeling confident about your relationship. You want the truth. But it seems like somebody is running from the truth. You got intuition. So your intuition might be telling you one thing, and this person might be telling you another. This is someone who might have kids. This could be somebody you could be married to. Maybe you're dating someone that has children, possibly Pisces. So you could possibly be visiting your dad. Maybe this is where there's been like a complicated situation. It's between you and a parent or you and a family member. The initials CK are relevant, or KC. Somebody's name could possibly be KC. Yes, anger. Somebody might be screaming at the top of their lungs. Maybe somebody in your situation could possibly be kind of loud or obnoxious. Somebody's... What am I trying to say? Somebody's anger could possibly be getting them into legal trouble. Somebody might be doing something rather impulsive that could possibly get themselves in some trouble. Yeah, you are going to a reader. Some of you, maybe you are a reader. Maybe you're an avid tarot watcher. Maybe you're trying to figure some things out in your life. Because like I said, maybe somebody is coming off a bit complicated, confusing. And maybe you feel like you need to kind of dissect past conversations for the truth. And maybe you're kind of figuring things out piece by piece. And maybe some things that kind of don't add up with somebody's story, it's starting to piss you off. So maybe that is what kind of brings you to tarot, to get that clarity. Because maybe there's some clarity that you feel like you cannot seem to get from this person. A Gemini, a Taurus just entered your reading. You got a situation now where there's been some betrayal. So this might be some things that you're finding out about. Maybe there's some things that were not clear to you in the beginning. But in 2026, in particular, in the month of January, within the next 7 days, there's something that you might be figuring out. And yes, I absolutely see a situation here with parent and child. So again, I feel like that this is where there could be an obstacle between you and a parental figure. You and a family member. Maybe there have been some things that you've been trying to push down. Maybe you've been kind of, your focus has maybe been on getting along, rather than rocking the boat and talking about the true issues. But it's very clear that you and someone are not as close as you used to be. So maybe you're kind of limiting your time. Because I mentioned to you at the beginning of the reading, you could possibly be gathering with certain people, family members. But again, you might be intentionally kind of like shortening this time that you're spending with someone because maybe you feel like you're oil and water. So whatever this is, especially if this is a parent-child situation and it has something to do with your upbringing, it may have something to do with the consistency of a parent showing up for a child. There might be an issue, or this is you and your parent. Maybe there's a parental figure that didn't show up. They weren't consistent in your life. Maybe this has left you with some sort of emotional wound. Someone is possibly in the military, or someone could possibly be a veteran. Maybe this is someone that you might feel has prioritized their addiction over you or over the life of a child. Some sort of issue that has been long-standing and maybe hasn't been talked about is possibly going to be brought to the light in 2026 in the month of January. And again, possibly within the next 7 days. This might not be something that could be cleared up in one conversation because it looks like somebody wants to make peace or they want closure. And spirit guides are saying you might not really get that closure out of this conversation. There's something that I feel, Pisces or cross watcher, the spirit has been trying to warn you about. Or someone, the reading could be vice versa. Pisces, maybe somebody's spirit guides could be trying to warn someone about you. But spirit guides are saying they're trying to warn you of something. Or this could possibly be a family member that's trying to warn you of something. It just seems like someone might not be taking something seriously that somebody is saying. Maybe they're laughing it off. And so it's just a fan. Something is going on social media. Maybe you're glued to the screen when it comes to social media. I don't know. I think that someone that maybe you haven't spoken to in a while, Pisces or cross-watcher, could possibly be communicating with you online. Or they could be, yeah. This seems like somebody might be hitting you up online. So a complicated relationship might come to light. It doesn't mean that you're in this complicated relationship. This could be someone that you're talking to, having a conversation with. Maybe they're angry about something that's going on in their situation. Maybe there's a lot of turmoil in their situation, and this is somebody that might be finding peace in you. You could possibly be that shoulder to cry on for this individual. But again, back to what we were talking about in the beginning, there's something that you really want, something that you feel is a bit complicated to have in your life, but it seems like it's coming in. Spirit is answering something for you in 2026. So my apologies. I was saying someone could possibly be thinking about reconciling you. They're with you. They're thinking about whether or not they should come forward to say what they need to say. They're thinking about it. They feel like they're forbidden in your territory. So I think that maybe you might possibly be asserting a boundary with someone, or someone just might be under the impression that it's just like that. Like, you don't want them around. Yeah, here we go. Once again, anger. This is definitely somebody putting their foot in their mouth. And it seems like whatever someone has said or could possibly be saying might be bringing someone a lot of pain. Yeah, you're looking at somebody like you feel like they're just not going to change. You might feel that they're aware of some inconsistencies in their life. Maybe sometimes they're cool and sometimes they're not. You just don't know what version you're going to get from them from time to time. So, I don't know. It just seems like it's going to be up to you. It's going to be a personal choice. In the background of your situation, I do see deceit. I see envy. And I see someone who could possibly be a bit quick-tempered. You might feel that someone is selfish. I'm trying to see what this thing is that you want. That you end up getting. You might get some act right from somebody. Maybe that's what this is. Okay. There might be some help. This might be some help with something that you need. Okay. Maybe there's something, like I said, there's been a setback. You're wishing, you're hoping for something. You're feeling like it's complicated to get something, but now maybe you're getting some help because it seems like you've been through some obstacles. I'm talking about simply your situation and a circumstance that you've been enduring for a while. It seems like something is going to pay off for you in 2026. But like I said, somebody that you're pissed off with because, again, you feel like you get no consistency with this person. I just feel like they're going to try to show up to be a different version of themselves to you. They might be a bit gentler, a bit kinder, maybe a bit more humble. Maybe a bit more truthful, maybe. You might feel like this person has not been the most truthful in the past. Your financial situation seems to have some divine intervention. So I think your finances have been a bit complicated. And since we're talking about the word consistency and the word complicated, I think that's what's been going on with your money. So maybe your money hasn't been consistent. Maybe you are waiting for some funds to come through. And I think that might be the wish fulfillment that you're looking for. But yeah, in the background, I definitely see a power struggle. I see that you want someone to take accountability, and then whatever this issue, whatever this dilemma is, it gets resolved. I think some of you Pisceans, maybe you might be on social media. You might feel kind of called to maybe do something on social media, or perhaps you already do. We did mention tarot, so maybe some of you could be tarot readers on YouTube, TikTok, whatever, on a social media platform. I think things might be you're gaining some momentum. I think people are drawn to you for your particular message. I think you might be underestimating a gift that you have, Pisces. I think you're definitely here to uplift and inspire people. And I think you have the ability to do that. I think the sky is the limit with something that you're wishing for. So if this is you maybe wanting to extend your reach when it comes to your platform, or something that you're trying to attain, I think that this is something that you're going to find is absolutely within your range to do. I think this week you might be feeling particularly exhausted. You might be pushing through your limits. Your body's trying to give you a message, Pisces, so your spirit guides are telling you relax when you feel tired or you feel ill. There might be some bad weather. Maybe there's a storm in your area. So if there were some plans that you had, maybe you might be kind of rescheduling those plans or rethinking those plans, possibly because of the weather. But yeah, some important communication comes in this week. I think this important communication brings in some good news for some of you. If this person that you don't want to talk to, I don't know if you might see that as good news. But this communication could possibly come in. Well, this seems like this would be good news. This is something you've been waiting for, and the answer comes through this week. Who is heavily highlighted in your reading is a fire sign. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. You could possibly be getting something arranged with glasses. Maybe there's something going on with your vision. It seems like there might be something going on with your, what am I trying to say? Nasal passages, ear, nose, and throat. Definitely something dental is going to be important. Maybe you're having some headaches in your situation. So it seems like you got some pain in your body, and maybe you're finally going to get this looked into. Yeah, something that's been up in the air for a while, Pisces. It seems like you're coming to there's a conclusion of this, especially if we're talking about a relationship. If you're looking for a place, maybe some of you could possibly be home shopping. Maybe there's a place that you're coming across. Maybe you're like, I hope I get this place. I hope I get it. Something has been at a standstill, and I think that there's some movement that you're going to be getting before the week is over. For the conclusion of this next 7 days, some sort of information reaches you that you've been waiting for within the next 7 days. You got a legal situation. Something is pending, Pisces. What is this legal situation? Oh, no. I was telling you, somebody's anger could possibly end them, put them in some sort of legal situation. But this is a past tense situation. Maybe there's someone at the court that maybe you're needing to communicate with. You could possibly be communicating with someone about a financial matter. Maybe you need an extension for something. You might need more time to pay something. Pisces. You had a contract coming in. So this is you house hunting. It seems like, yes, that's what this communication entails. Something that, again, you're being congratulated for something. This is either somebody giving you your flowers, congratulating you because of something that you do or something that you bring to the table, or this is something that you've been waiting to hear back from. Again, this seems like to be joyous news for you. Mindful of people online, okay? People are going to run their mouth. You got somebody in the background, a water sign, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio that's in the background of this situation. It could be another Pisces. Somebody is running their mouth. They're saying something. Like I was telling you, somebody's putting their foot in their mouth. They think that what they're saying is hilarious. And that might be saying this in front of other people, especially online, especially to piss you off, to try to get a reaction from you, or to make you hurt in some sort of way. This person wants to bait you into an argument. You're arguing with an idiot in this situation. This is somebody that's not wrapped too tight. So you might want to think twice before you go back and forth with somebody in this situation, okay? Because somebody is trolling you. They're trying to get you to doubt yourself. But it's all stemmed in jealousy. It seems like somebody is watching you, or they have a watchful eye of you. A random side note, some of you could possibly be watched by law enforcement. Somebody's watching you, or you're watching somebody, especially somebody's social media profile. This might be somebody that already follows you. You might not suspect who this person is that's watching you and kind of commenting under an anonymous name or a name that's not their genuine name. You know what I mean? Someone's trying to disguise who they are. Pisces. But like I'm telling you, whatever this is that somebody is saying, no. This is talking about conversation that you did have with somebody and it did go left. Somebody is thinking about that. They might regret the way that they handled a past situation. Maybe they thought something was hilarious in the past, and now looking back, they realize that they did bring you some pain. There could be an apology here. Okay, because somebody did put their foot in their mouth, and after thinking about it, they're like, wow, that was foul. That was unnecessary. I didn't really have to go that far with the situation, because I was telling you before, they thought it was funny. But after thinking about it and replaying the conversation over and over in their head, somebody realized that they acted a fool in the situation. So yes, there's a possibility for some of you of somebody taking accountability. I'm saying the word apology, but might not be a full apology. It just might be that they might be taking quiet accountability of what happened. Maybe they might not even be mentioning it to you in some instances. But you're definitely on their mind, and whatever happened in the past, it definitely reaches their mind from time to time. So if you're questioning whether or not somebody has a conscience about how they acted, they do. They may not admit this to you or let it show to you that they do. They're thinking about this. Spirit. Any advice that you have for the Pisces nation for the next 7 days? I don't know if you just live in a windy area, or like I said, there's just a storm. Now, the storm does not have to be literal. This could be figurative. You could be going through an emotional storm. You could be in survival mode, basically. Or you're in a situation where you're not sure how to navigate a very unpredictable, constantly changing situation. Something seems to change from day to day. You've been going through a challenge. Your spirit guides are telling you that this situation, what it has taught you is how to adapt and how to pivot, how to be resilient. And some, as you're going through a situation where you feel like you're in the valley. Wise person once said, when you're in the valley, this is when the biggest lessons are taught. So it seems like there's some sort of lesson that maybe you feel might be useless, because you're like, what is all this pain here to teach me? But it seems like it is teaching you something. It's teaching you how to shape your future. It's teaching you how to make future choices. It's teaching you how to trust the choices that you're making moving ahead, because it seems like you've been having some issues with self-doubt when it comes to making choices for your life, or making choices for those that you are making choices for, such as loved ones, maybe some people that you're taking care of. You guys are telling you this week, keep going. Whatever this is that you're trying to accomplish, they're saying you're going to soon see it. Okay, because let me remind you, something that you're waiting for a conclusion to something, and you reach that conclusion this week. Whether it's the conclusion about what somebody is saying, or this is a conclusion to a situation that has been absolutely difficult and harrowing for you. Your guys are letting you know that this week, something is going to require you to face your fears. And you're not going to know everything before they happen. So spirit guides are saying, go with the flow. Be comfortable with the unknown and embrace it. Because it seems like there's nothing you can really do about it in this situation. But just know the spirit is protecting you. You're being guided. So pay attention to the roadmaps the spirit is giving you. And they're saying give up control, because, again, this lesson has everything to do with you not being in the driver's seat. And they're saying be willing to surrender. Give it to a higher power. And they're telling you they want you to release the past. Something about the past has been, like, you've been chained to it. And spirit is trying to, like, break you free of this. Whatever this is, if it's a habit, whatever it is, spirit is encouraging you to let go and shift your focus. Because this is what you're fixated on. It might be somebody's criticism. It could be your own, because you could be your own worst critic at the worst time, Pisces. I think you might be focused on too heavily on what somebody else is saying, or this is you replaying your conversations to yourself, because it just seems like in so many different ways, Pisces, you're telling yourself that you're not good enough. So this is where spirit guides are encouraging you to shift your focus. And once you do, you might see your confidence begin to be restored. You might see a difference here. So it seems like that's what Spirit is trying to get you to focus on this week. Pisces Nation, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you for watching. Have a beautiful, blessed, and productive week, Pisces Nation. I'll see y'all in the next one. Aquarius Nation, this is a general reading. This means that not everything that is mentioned in this reading is going to be a fact. Take in what resonates, disregard what is obviously not your message. But at the same time, listen to this with an open mind, because you might quickly disregard something as your message, but maybe it just hasn't had a chance to take place. Please listen with discernment, and please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from the general. If you'd like to read based on your own personal energy, I do offer personal readings, and currently I am offering tarot classes, beginner tarot classes that begin on January 22nd in Aquarius season. So if you would like to get in on those tarot classes, the information is posted on my website. We're going to talk about delicate topics, Aquarius, we always do. With that in mind, let's dive in. Aquarius Nation, let's see what's going on for you over the next 7 days. Who is heavily mentioned in your reading as a water sign, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. Possibly you might be cusped by the zodiac sign Pisces, or you have water in your natal chart. You're going to see some movement in your situation. Something has been a bit stagnant. It's been taking a while, and now something is beginning to move. You got it for yourself as well, a complicated situation with someone that's kind of lurking in the background. This might have something to do with a Libra. Somebody's coming in to have a conversation with you, Aquarius or cross watcher. Maybe this is somebody that wants to talk to you about something. Maybe it doesn't have to do with a romantic relationship, but somebody might see you as a shoulder to cry on. So maybe somebody is looking to you for advice. They're looking to you to be their rock in a time of trouble, in a time of uncertainty in their situation. You have some parallels to Pisces, so yeah, you might be dealing with the Pisces. Somebody is backtracking to you on speaking terms with someone. Maybe this had a lot to do with dishonesty. Maybe this is what kind of tore you and someone apart. It seems like there's somebody that you gave many chances to, Aquarius or cross watcher, to the point that you pulled the plug on the situation. You're like, this is just creating too much damage. I must let go. This may have something to do with a Virgo, but of course Libra is lurking in the background. So this could possibly be someone on the Virgo-Libra cusp. I've also on the scene is Scorpio. And here's this King of Cups. And that's possibly who wants to come face to face with you. Maybe you're talking something out. Maybe somebody wants to. Maybe somebody is confused about how to make this happen. So what's going on between you and this person? Maybe you don't feel like somebody does listen. Maybe that's the issue. Maybe you feel like you say a lot and this person listens very little. Some of you Aquarians, listen carefully when I say some of you. It is a general reading. Some of you are in a third-party situation. And this is what's been causing things to be complicated. I was mentioning to you, someone has hurt you again and again. And I think Aquarius or cross watcher, someone still cares for you. Some of you might be home shopping. Somebody could possibly be coming to your home, maybe a family member. Somebody has an addiction in the background of your situation, and somebody may have just kind of disappeared on you. Somebody may have gone MIA with maybe no answers. You're questioning whether or not somebody is going to bring some real change to the situation. And yeah, there's a third party. For some of you, a third party is a friend and acquaintance. And when I say friend, I think maybe there's a friend that's a bit of a question mark for you. I think that friend is a question mark for you, but I think that maybe somebody that you're interested in or is interested in you is also a question mark. And what I mean by this is we're talking about fidelity. It seems like somebody dodges fidelity. Like, this is like somebody that won't commit, but they won't leave you alone. But they leave you with a ton of baggage. So, communication comes in. Something that should have been over a long time ago, Aquarius or cross watcher, especially in a third party. I think somebody might be deciding to walk away from it. Or this is you possibly, whomever this is within the third party, somebody is like, you know what, I'm tired of this. I'm no longer putting up with this situation. And the confusion and pain that a situation causes. It just seems like there's somebody in the situation that can't seem to move on. There's somebody that realizes that they messed up. They're claiming that they're coming in trying to be a better person. That they're working on themselves is what they're claiming. Maybe there's something about a relationship that did trigger someone's inner wounds, and it just seems like maybe somebody wasn't ready to deal with those inner wounds. Somebody's in their head about things right now, Aquarius or Crosswatcher. They're kind of stressed out. Maybe about some things that are happening in their lives that have nothing to do with the two of you. But then again, everything that does have something to do with the two of you is what they're stressed out about as well. So they're stressed out about their circumstances, and on top of their circumstances are like, wow, not only is that happening, but I can't talk to the person that, you know, they might see, like I said before, as their confidant, someone that's easy to talk to, somebody that maybe gave them some good advice in the past. But they stabbed you with it back right now. So, again, it seems like they're distant. Somebody feels somewhere within this third party that they have no clarity. They're overthinking the situation. They don't know, okay, are you guys just going to be friends? Or they're not sure if there's a maybe, if they should put a pin in the situation or not, or if they should just completely move on. So I think somebody is confused about what they want. And so that might be what this conversation is about. They want to open up this conversation with you. They're looking for you everywhere. I think they're looking for a version of you in other people, and they can't find a replacement of you, a replica of you in other people. And I think maybe that's what they were doing with the third party. I think the third party might put up with this person's BS. And you're like, no, that's not going to happen here. Type of thing, Aquarius. I think that if somebody did move on with the third party, they're not happy in that situation. So that's what prompts them to maybe come and try to work something out with you, but it seems like it's a complete mystery about maybe how to get you on the phone or how to get conversations going again. And the thing is, they're not budging, and neither are you. They might be watching you from the sidelines. There's definitely someone in the middle of this situation, and I think Aquarius or Crosswatcher, you're aware of who this third person is at this point. So all people involved in a third party might be aware of there being a third, of the fact that a third party exists. And let me explain third party. Third party does not necessarily always in every instance mean that somebody is cheating. A third party could be a friend. This could be somebody meddling in a situation, doing a bit too much. Or maybe you don't feel like they're doing too much. Maybe somebody else in the equation feels that way. You get what I'm trying to say? Someone might be viewing someone as a problem. Yeah. So your guard is up. It seems like somebody has a hostile attitude about the situation. So whatever this is, with this third party, I don't think that you have a really good vibe going with this person. I think that this person has been dishonest with you as well. This person might be curious about you, though. There's somebody on the outside. It could be the third party. Somebody's very curious about you. They're eager to figure you out. They're eager to learn more about you, type of thing. There's definitely been somebody meddling. See, one of you is looking at, okay, one of you feels like, no, this person isn't meddling. This is my friend. This is my whoever, my coworker. The other person views that person as a problem. Looks like you're getting into it with somebody, or you already did. Whatever's going on with this vehicle, Aquarius or Crosswatcher, you might want to look into it. You could possibly be getting stranded. Unless this is someone possibly contacting you for a ride because they are stranded. Somebody's having some car problem. Spirit guides are saying you've been avoiding some red flags. You running right past them. It seems like spirit guides are trying to warn you about something, or this is spirit making you the mouthpiece for someone, make you the messenger to forewarn someone about maybe some red flags that you see that maybe they don't, because maybe they're too close to the situation. Somebody's sailing right past the red flags. It just seems like somebody is not ready to end something. Somebody's been talking to somebody behind your back. Maybe you didn't know they were still talking to this person. They still have communication with them. And maybe, yeah, I think you do know about it. Maybe that's part of the issue. This seems to be a loyalty thing. It seems to be a prioritizing thing. You might feel like somebody is prioritizing other people, throwaways in the situation. Miscellaneous individuals, people that don't have the same history or the same connection, or have made any sort of similar sacrifice that maybe you made for them. You feel like they might be prioritizing these type of people over you, type of thing, okay? Because it definitely feels like you have like a cosmic connection with this person. And right now, yeah, it feels like you feel like this person couldn't care less. Maybe you're questioning whether or not this person cared at all. Maybe so. There's a Pisces. Well, no. Let me make that clear. I already mentioned Pisces. Pisces has always been on the scene since the beginning of the reading. You also have, in your reading, a Leo. Aries also shows up as a background character. I don't understand. They don't want to be with the person that they're with. They want to be with you. Their interest is on you. Yeah, they were playing some games. Seems like time really revealed something that somebody was trying to hide. Again, that's what they were trying. Didn't I say that this is how they're coming into the situation, claiming that they're a better person, they're a better version of themselves, but it doesn't feel like they showed you their true intentions from the beginning. They came in hiding something in order to get something over on you, to dupe you, to, what am I trying to say, take advantage of you in some sort of way. Maybe they've seen the error of their ways, possibly. But it's like they had you right in front of them, but still they're looking for a different version of you than other people. I don't get it, Aquarius, but that's what this is. Some of you, there might be reunions with family members. A friend possibly might catch up with you that you haven't seen in a while. Maybe you're missing a friend, you're thinking of a friend. But the point that I'm trying to make is somebody can't seem to move on from you. There's no closure, and somebody is wanting that closure, thinking about that closure, but not getting that closure at this point in time. Someone could possibly be worried about their home situation, their housing situation. And some of you Aquarians could possibly be finding out about a pregnancy. Some of you could be pregnant. You could be finding out about a pregnancy. There could be news of pregnancy. Someone could possibly be announcing their pregnancy, if you get what I'm trying to say. You have pets? Some of you could possibly be taking your pet to the doctor and getting pet insurance. It seems like maybe there's a doctor. Maybe there is a doctor. Maybe that's your profession. Maybe you work in healthcare. Maybe it's time to go to the doctor. Maybe this includes therapy. Am I trying to say? What am I trying to say about Aquarius? Well, they're telling me stay on this doctor thing. Somebody have a doctorate degree. Maybe somebody's in school working on their PhD, their doctorate. Because this seems like some of you are in school. If you're not in formal school, college, this sort of thing, then it seems like you're really studying something. You're throwing yourself into your studies. You're concerned about work, or someone around you could be. Oh, this person that's curious about you, right? Here we go. In the background of your situation, you got somebody that's lighting candles on you, Aquarius. Somebody's trying to affect your situation, your finances, your opportunities, whatever. I don't think that's something that you really have to be concerned about, because whatever is meant for you is definitely coming to you. So you'll have whatever it is that you need to supply your needs in the situation. You're definitely your spirit guides are coming and helping you to do something. You have a podcast, you're online, this sort of thing. Maybe this is something that you're getting into. Maybe this is something that you're starting. I don't know. You're definitely voicing something. What is this with this whole thing? Maybe this is your profession. Maybe this is a hobby of yours, something that you want to get into. Maybe this is maybe you're moonlighting. What I mean by that is maybe you have a primary job, but maybe you do something on the side. Yes, there's going to be an upgrade to your privileges when it comes to something. There's definitely an upgrade to a spiritual gift that you have. Yes. Whatever this is that you're doing, broadcasting, whatever the case happens to be. Something is going to bring you a lot of attention. There's going to be a lot of growth in what it is that you're working on, and a lot of people that appreciate your time and messages is what this looks like. You're leaving behind something, okay? So this feels like this is a former place that you used to live, and it seems like you're moving someplace different. You're letting go of some stress. There's some prosperity coming in for you, so I think cash might be more readily available to you, and I definitely feel that someone is trying to kind of find the right words to say in order to contact you. I don't think that they're absolutely ready to take accountability. I don't. And this whole thing about health, we're talking about addictions. We're talking about finding a way to get victory over these addictions. Something is an addiction to you. It does not necessarily have to be limited to chemical substances. It could be something that you're putting in your body that is not beneficial for you. So, for example, someone could possibly be downing a ton of sodas, but might be a diabetic, drinking a whole bunch of, you know what I mean, doing a whole bunch of too much. Something is not being done in moderation. So there might be something that you might be cutting back on or absolutely quitting. There's been some things in your life that have been chaotic. It seems like Spirit is coming in to bring order to a situation with you. Speaking of order, we're talking about order in the court. In the court, you might have some money, some finances that might be coming in from a court situation. Court situation could possibly be coming to a conclusion, especially if this has been something that has been complicated. I definitely feel that for some of you, it's time to move. I definitely feel that in the background, I did say somebody is watching you. What are they trying to do? They're trying to get more information on you. So depending on whatever this personal information, I think this does have something to do with personal information. So it just seems like somebody might be looking for information that they are not privy to about you. And I think you just want to work autonomously. Autonomy is something that's important to you. And I think that might be something that maybe you're concerned about, maybe with work. Your physical environment, your setting, something about your physical environment may change coming up. I think there's something that you really want. I see you raising the bar. I see something exceeding your expectations. But be mindful of people, because people might feel like your ideas are steal worthy, I guess. Like they're acting on your thoughts, your ideas. So yeah. Because you're getting so much attention or someone is watching you, yeah. People are going to try to replicate what it is that you're doing. So this is definitely in the form of stealing. Somebody might not think that they're stealing, but that's exactly what it is that they're doing. So this feels like this also brings in a lot more, what am I trying to say? This draws a lot of attention. Whatever this is that you're wanting to do, Spirit guides are saying, yeah, you have what it takes to succeed, Aquarius or cross-watcher. So something is going to require you to take a risk. So in this week, maybe that's something that you're thinking about. Something might bring you promotion, or it brings you, this is you promoting something that means a lot to you. An idea, whatever this is. It feels like it catches the wave, it catches attention. Of course, it's going to catch the attention of some wrong people that want to participate in wrongdoings, and people that want to see you bring you down in some sort of way. But whatever. You got some communication coming in this week, so there could possibly be communication coming in. You could possibly be communicating with someone. Yes, because it's true that someone does want to communicate with you. What's going on with your work? Are we talking about work? We're definitely talking about risks. You taking risk in some sort of way. Yes, this is someone trying to tarnish your image. Somebody might be coming for your image, Aquarius or cross-watcher. But with whatever this is with your circumstances, it might have you feeling very emotional. So maybe you're having some fears. And maybe this is around hypothetical situations. We're talking about situations that haven't happened yet. It just seems like you might be overthinking, over mentally processing these types of things, because you might feel like you're in some unsettled times. Hearing he who fails to plan, something my dad always said to me. He who fails to plan plans to fail. In this instance, in this next 7 days, I think that definitely applies. I think you're going to want to plan ahead for something, because it looks like in doing so, you're going to thank your future self is going to thank you for it. And I definitely feel like you have a contract that's coming in. Something might be a little bit delayed, Aquarius or cross-watcher, but it's definitely yours. And that's what I mean about a stagnant situation. Something possibly surrounding your home life, or maybe the home life of a family member. I'm not sure. But you get some sort of movement with something. And yeah, maybe there's someone that gives you some helping hand. Gives you a helping hand. Maybe this is you loaning someone money. Somebody could possibly be borrowing money from you. Somebody's giving some money. Okay? Maybe this is a loan. Possibly some of you could be getting a loan from the bank. A person. Or you could be helping somebody out, because I was telling you, somebody might have an issue, some car issues or whatever. Maybe they feel like they don't have the funds to be able to repair a car. You're traveling. Maybe you're getting your passport together. You might want to get your paperwork together. Maybe that's the paperwork. So it looks like you might need to turn something in. Yeah, this one. This is Aquarius. Did I say Capricorn? Okay. It's definitely a move. You're moving, or someone around you could possibly. Somebody around you passed away. This could possibly be them. Somebody passed away in Capricorn season, or possibly someone was a Capricorn. Someone passed away due to health complications. This is what this feels like, Aquarius. Spirit guides, the advice for the... Should I say this? Somebody's backed up with their bowels. And maybe somebody could possibly be getting some relief this week. I don't know. Spirit bringing it up. That's for somebody. The advice for the Aquarius nation for the next 7 days. I know Aquarius is not a water sign, but there's a lot of water referenced in your reading. Maybe this is you possibly going to the water. Maybe you feel called to the ocean, the lake, whatever. Maybe it's time for a spiritual cleanse. Maybe this is something emotional that you're going through. So maybe emotionally you're going through an emotional purge. Maybe some things that you kind of like have to let go emotionally. So this might be an emotional week for you. And spirit guides are saying, let it be that. You might have been holding on to a lot more emotion than you realized you were. By finally letting something go, you might actually get like an emotional release in that way. This week, in the form of the advice, your guides are telling you that you've been looking for the truth. You've been looking for clarity. And there's going to be some revelations that come up this week that unfold for you. This is why Spirit is guiding you to keep an open mind about this, because answers are definitely coming in, and some things that maybe you didn't understand, you lacked understanding about at the beginning of these previous 7 days, or whenever. It seems like now you're getting some understanding about certain things that you didn't understand before, especially if this lack of understanding had something to do about how to navigate a situation. Your guides are telling you there is a situation that's kind of delicate this week. And they're telling you that this situation is going to require resilience and patience. They're telling you this is the time to dig in and trust your own inner strength about the situation. It's going to require you to pause. It's going to require you to kind of like rewire your mind, because it looks like you're looking at a situation as absolutely difficult. It seems like you're focused on the obstacle rather than how to, like how to get from A to B to achieve something. So your guides are encouraging for you to focus on the destination rather than on the obstacle that you're dealing with. The past is what it is, but this week it seems like you're going to be facing it. Something about the past may pop up again. And it definitely feels like there's some unity here. Somebody might want to have unity, bring unity to a situation, or foster some sort of unity within a connection. Maybe this is, I mentioned, maybe you're doing something online, or you're doing some sort of podcast possibly. If we're not talking about unity within people in your life, then we're definitely talking about unity as in you bringing people together. Maybe through a message, nurturing people, nurturing bonds that you have with people. It seems like this is going to be something that's important. And I promise you, whatever this is with secrets, you're worried about secrets, trust. These secrets are going to come out. And whatever this is that you need to choose, you guys are telling you to choose wisely. I promise you, there's somebody in your situation that has selective hearing. Somebody heard what you said, Aquarius, a cross watcher, but it seems like somebody is still choosing to do whatever they want to do. So, I don't know. I also feel like your situation requires you to look beyond what someone is saying. You might learn or figure something out with what someone is saying by kind of reading between the lines. I feel like somebody might not be absolutely direct in what they're saying, but if you can sit back and read between the lines, you might hear clearly what somebody's trying to tell you. With that, Aquarius Nation, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week, Aquarius Nation and Cross Watchers. I'll see y'all. Happy birthday, Capricorn. Capricorn, this is a general reading, which means that I'm inviting you to listen to this with an open mind. Not everything that is mentioned is going to be a direct match to something that's going on in your situation. Listen to what resonates, disregard what is not. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general reading. Just know me, the reader, I can be very direct. I don't intend to be brutally honest, because honesty does not always entail you being brutal, but I will tell you what it is that I see, so take that also as a trigger warning. I am also offering tarot classes for those that would like to start with my beginner tarot classes. You can find that information on my website. Nation and Cross Watchers, let's see what's going on. And you know, Spirit Guides want to start with this whole situation about someone, the Hermit. Virgo is showing up in everybody's reading. That was just a random pull, and here it is, Virgo. Maybe you're noticing a lot of crows, a lot of birds, but in particular, crows might be standing out. There's some secrecy in your situation. Someone is being very silent about something. Capricorn. You guys are saying somebody is being silent because there's some secrecy here. So there might be some things, and that's why Spirit is starting off the reading by saying somebody might have malicious intent. Your guides are telling, they're starting off the reading, going into this, right at the beginning, Capricorn Nation and Cross Watchers, by telling you somebody around you, their intentions are not what they say. Somebody's energy feels a bit off. Maybe you can't quite pinpoint what the deal is with this person. Your discernment is what's going to help you gain clarity about this. So definitely trust what your intuition is telling you about someone. Because somebody's definitely coming in hiding the truth from you. Something might test your integrity this week, Capricorn Nation or Cross Watcher. Or you might question someone else's. Seems like you've been going through something, you've been enduring something for quite some time, Capricorn. Yeah. The person whose intentions is questionable has something to do with maybe a romantic connection, or there's a romantic interest here. Somebody might possibly bring like a chaotic situation, or they're possibly connected to someone who could be chaotic. Okay? Because it seems like something is questionable within your love life, or you're questioning someone. There's a Leo that just came in on the scene. There's something the spirit guides are telling you, don't forget. Or maybe this is just your mind, mentally, emotionally. There's something that maybe you're familiar with someone. You're like, yeah, I'm not going to forget what happened. This seems like this is connected to a bad memory, a painful memory. So maybe there's something that may have happened and it's kind of difficult for you to kind of get this off your mind. And maybe there's someone that you want to talk to, or someone may want to talk to you. Maybe someone would like to get a resolution to a situation. And maybe, because it looks like that's what someone's intentions are. Maybe you wish someone would have the maturity to do that. And maybe this is someone within your family if we're not talking about a romantic connection. You might be concerned about your home life this week, because it looks like you're waiting for something, possibly impatiently waiting for something. It definitely feels like you've been like trying to, you've been pushing through a situation. And maybe you're starting to feel like the situation is absolutely unbearable. I'm not sure what this is, but be mindful of deceit around you, because it does exist. Getting into an argument with someone, and maybe you're like oil and water with someone. Maybe when you're around them, it's pretty likely that you're going to get into it with them. Or maybe it has something to do with this secrecy. Maybe there's somebody that wants to talk. Maybe they don't know how to strike up the conversation with you. It just feels like something is brewing, and it feels like it's tension. Maybe you did have some tension with someone. Aquarius shows up. So you could be Aquarius, Capricorn cusp. Somebody's coming back, Capricorn. Or there's a situation that's brought up again. I feel like it's a losing battle to bring this conversation up with somebody, because maybe you feel like you get absolutely nowhere because of this whole secrecy thing, lack of integrity thing, lack of honesty, accountability. What's really going on? Somebody didn't give you what you needed. Whether this is a family member, or this is in a relationship, a romantic one, you feel neglected in some sort of way. You or someone else possibly does. And yeah, we just talked about that resurrection. Somebody pops right back up again. So, or like I said, a topic might become an issue of honesty. That's the issue, is honesty. So what you're not forgetting is the fact that somebody has been completely dishonest. You might be thinking about everything that they said that hasn't been truthful. Somebody, I don't know, is this too strong of a word? Somebody might feel like you hate them, Capricorn. Maybe they're exaggerating in their mind. They don't feel like you dislike them. They feel like you hate them. And like I said, maybe they're exaggerating. Maybe they're not. Somebody wants to remove that. They don't want that to exist any longer. That awkwardness. Something's going on in someone's housing situation. I just feel that. Yep. So, like I said, tension is brewing. There might possibly be a confrontation. What you're confronting someone about is the past. And what you're calling them on is honesty. Because it seems like you feel like, especially a Libra, it just seems like that it's difficult to communicate with someone. Possibly maybe this is between you Capricorn, and a Libra. There's a Scorpio that came on the scene, as well as a Pisces. Got some discomfort in your body. You got some money coming in, I know that. Random side note, maybe some of you are home shopping. Maybe you're trying to figure some things out. Should I go with the first house? Should I go with the second house? The second house might be something that's the better one. So I'm going out with your vehicle. Somebody wants to talk to you, but they don't know how to, okay? So you might be getting down to the nitty-gritty, okay? You're talking about things that are difficult to confront. Some things that might be kind of frustrating to hear. Maybe there's some things that somebody doesn't want to admit to you. Capricorn. This could be you. It could be a Taurus. It could be a Virgo. Or some of you, this is a Capricorn relationship. Like somebody's coming to your house to have this conversation. This conversation could possibly be to discuss a child, because it looks like a child or children could be important to your situation. They could provide an important detail. Somebody, you're in separation from someone. Somebody doesn't want this separation, possibly between parent-child. So some of you could possibly be estranged from a child due to a breakup. The spirit guides are saying, no, this has more to do with your love life. So if you are estranged from someone, an estranged partner, estranged family member, somebody's coming back in. I just don't think you're on the same page with this person. For some of you, it's not, like I said, it's a family member. Maybe there's a broken bond between you and a father. You and your dad may not be in a great place. Or this is you and your baby's father. But let's say your father-in-law possibly. But like I said, maybe you don't seem to get along with someone. There's some jealousy in this situation. So that could possibly be, maybe feel like you have a closer bond with them, and you don't have that bond with them. Like you take the time to have a closer bond with other people, but maybe you feel like they feel like you don't take the time to do the same with them, type of thing. So this could have something to do with sibling rivalry even. Whoever this is that's popping up. I think you care about this person. It's a question mark about whether or not they care about you. At least for you, from your standpoint. You might feel that way. One of you might feel that way. If this is a love relationship, it seems like somebody might have put you on hold. Maybe they didn't feel like they were ready to commit. Maybe their whole plan was to commit later on, and maybe this is part of the reason why they're popping up again. Some of you, somebody's popping up out of habit. They always do it, but they don't really commit to anything. So it just seems like the spirit is trying to get you to maybe figure out where you are in this equation. But yeah, something going on with your phone, your battery, possibly. Maybe you might need a charger. Maybe it's time for a new phone. Capricorn. Yeah, that's what this is. Somebody puts you in an emotional roller coaster. There's a lot of ups and downs. Or sometimes someone can be very affectionate, very doting, very loving. And maybe somebody can be very cruel at the same time. So yeah, boundaries are up. Or this could be someone's assumptions about you, that maybe they want to approach you, but they're pretty sure that's forbidden. Or that you don't want them around, because it does look like someone is walking on eggshells. Someone could be very active on social media, in particular TikTok. You got someone in the background maybe trying to puppeteer a situation. Someone could be very controlling, very manipulative. Maybe you have your gripes with someone in particular. But either way, someone is returning. They're returning in an attempt to make a situation better. And because they've been thinking about you and they've been avoiding a particular issue, because it seems like they've been in some pain and they've been distracted. And maybe they use someone else as that distraction. But maybe now that that distraction has dissipated, now they're popping right back up to have a conversation with you. This conversation feels like it might not be, it might be kind of difficult. It might be kind of difficult to approach. You might have your debates on a situation. They may feel strongly about something and you may feel just as strongly about whatever this is. But at the conclusion of the conversation, it seems like the point is for there to be forgiveness. So So it might be up to you. It might be debatable to you about whether or not something can kind of be forgiven. Seems like it's up to you. Yeah, I do think something is going on with your living situation. I did mention to you, maybe you're deciding between one house above the other, or this is someone that might be leaving a third party situation. They might feel like they have a place to live in this situation, and they might feel like they have like this is someone that's hopping back and forth between you and somebody else. Somebody is like, okay, who do I choose? Do I go live with this person, or do I go live with this person? This could obviously be a child. They may feel kind of caught in the middle. Do I go live with my mom, or do I go live with my dad? This sort of thing. Let's see, what is the conclusion of this? There's something that your gut knows. You absolutely know it. Because something about somebody's story this week, since we're talking about this malicious intent, we're going to go back to that. We put a pin in it, remember? You're suspicious of someone. Someone's story is inconsistent. Your gut knows something. Like I said, this person that was distracting them, this miscellaneous person that didn't really mean that much, because maybe the two of you were going through something. Maybe that pain that they were trying to distract themselves of, this other person kind of quieted that pain, so to speak. Kind of covered it up for a minute. Anyway, that's what this looks like. Communication comes in. I don't know. It's up to you to kind of gauge whether or not you feel like this conversation is meaningful enough for you to have. Because it looks like you might kind of be gritting your teeth on this. Why? Because I think you already know a conflict is brewing, like I mentioned to you. You might feel like this comes with some negativity, this person. And you might feel like they're just too self-absorbed to kind of see your side of the story. I don't know. It just seems like your thoughts about this conversation are not that great. You know what I mean? Like you're not feeling like this conversation is really going to go anywhere. I don't know. I do feel like there's something with court that could be relevant in your situation. Maybe there's a court date that you're needing to follow up on. Or someone around you. Somebody might have something that is pending connected to court. Definitely something going on with mother or father. Family units. It seems like something might be tested here. Yeah, whatever this is with court, it seems like someone could possibly be facing some time behind bars, or someone's uncertain about how something is going to go when it comes to a legal situation. And it seems like somebody is just really stressed out about this. This is like a drunk driving situation. Hey, mentally ill Mary. Like a DUI. I promise you my lips were going to say UTI. There's an acronym for something, but definitely picking up DUI. Maybe somebody does have a UTI. Maybe you're going to the doctor getting a prescription. Maybe an infection in your body, Capricorn, cross watcher. So again, maybe you're following up, maybe getting some medical attention for something that you've been kind of brushing off for a minute. I think some of you might be active on social media. Something that maybe you're doing on social media, saying on social media, or someone that you're connected to that could be on social media. Something might do a bit better than maybe expected. You got a meeting coming up, it looks like, Capricorn. You might be distracting yourself in a whole bunch of social media posts. Or like I said, maybe you work professionally on social media. Yeah. Somebody might see you as a bit of a drama queen. Again, somebody might be kind of minimizing how much pain something has brought you. Somebody is not the committed type because of the fear of missing out on other people. You might be traveling someplace, Capricorn or cross watcher. You might want to have your phone charged because you might need the GPS on your phone to help you to get to a particular destination. You might be feeling a little bit overwhelmed when it comes to parenting and parenting tasks, or if you are not a parent but you play the role as parent. Maybe some of you, that's the issue. Maybe you might feel like you have, I'm not trying to say like reversed roles with your parent. Maybe there's a child that might feel like they're the parent and a parent that might feel like they're the child in the situation. Either way, it just seems like you're arguing with someone. Yeah, you're multitasking a lot of different things this week. Some communication might fall by the wayside, and you might be feeling lost about how to resolve a particular issue that's kind of frustrating for you. I think that there's a location that you're leaving behind, Aquarius, Capricorn. And I definitely feel like you're speaking your mind. You're speaking your mind online. And I definitely feel like there's someone, possibly a partner, that's keeping absolutely silent, but all of a sudden breaks their silence. I think that if there's something that you have lost, that you will somehow find. This could possibly be an item that we're talking about, but I think this could honestly be your voice. Maybe you might feel like you're drowned out in a relationship. You've lost your voice, so to speak. You might be finding that again this week, Capricorn or cross watcher. Anything else, Holy Spirit, for Capricorn, for the next 7 days? Fire signs are dominating your reading. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. You might want to meditate this week. I mean, that's not just a this week thing, that's an always thing, but especially this week, you want to ground yourself. Your confidence might return, might be restored in some sort of way, but loyalty is definitely going to be tested unless it already has been. Spirit guys, the advice for the Capricorn nation for their birthday season. Capricorn. Said that you lost your chain, you found it tonight. Empress, Goddess, Priestess. Thank you for being here tonight. You got some decisions that are on the table this week, Capricorns. The spirit guides are bringing up as the advice. Maybe there's been some challenges in these decisions. You're trying to figure out what the right answer is. You're having to choose wisely. Spirit guides are helping you to make these choices, especially if something's been complicated. Or this is spirit guides saying maybe you're overcomplicating these decisions, Capricorn, because maybe the best thing to do is to clear your mind. You're having a lot of doubts. So this week your spirit guides are encouraging you not to sit too long in those doubts because you have those decisions coming up. You guys are telling you already know what the right thing is to do. Just do it. Maybe you just want everybody to be on the same page, or you want to know that something is realistic. It is. With a particular goal in the form of advice, your guides are saying keep moving forward. Patience is going to be important for you this week. This is something that they're stressing. And especially if there's something that you're wanting to achieve. They're telling you keep taking some small steps. You're going to get to your end goal. You're going to achieve whatever this is that you desire, but they're telling you whatever this is that you're focused on. This might be somebody else's criticism. This might be a ton of what if thoughts. Whatever this is, something could potentially be blocking you from making this progress. You're overthinking about a lot of things. You're thinking about a relationship. You might be thinking about your anxiety. Maybe that might be something that you're going to tend to this week, especially when it comes to like a medical appointment. Maybe you might feel like you need some more success in your life. Whatever the case, whatever these goals are that you feel are absolutely difficult, they're saying you possibly might be hyping this up bigger in your mind than what it really is. They're telling you take action on what it is that you want. Taking action might actually bring you clarity. The answers to what you need are definitely unfolding. They're just telling you simply charge ahead. Something is going to require you this week to pull that courage from within yourself. You're a Capricorn. You got it. They want you to be confident. They want you to be ready. And I think that whatever this obstacle is that you're overthinking, you're going to overcome this. Spirit guides are telling you it's going to be a slow climb, though. Slow climb as in the mountain goat. You ever watched a mountain goat? Because that's kind of how I see you as a Capricorn. You ever see how graceful a mountain goat is when they're climbing? They're slow, they're methodical, but they definitely get the job done. This is you. Your spirit guides are telling you, go slow, be steady. They're telling you, put effort in little by little to get something completed that maybe means a lot to you, and you're going to see the end result play out for you. Now, there's going to be some things that come up this week, and as hurtful things that you're thinking about, painful memories, or you're going through this right now. You're definitely being tested. You guys are encouraging you in the form of the advice that you're going to endure this period of time. They're encouraging you to dwell from this, learn, from the situations, but not dwell on them. And then not let the past hold you back. And your guides are telling you certain things, certain roads may end, but that makes way for renewal. It gives way to rebuild and begin again. So guides are saying some things you might be letting go of in order to make way for some new things, especially some soulmate lessons. There's a soulmate that's in your life. It might be, and the soulmate may not necessarily come in the form of a romantic partner, but those some of you, I think it is. It could be a family member. Some of these lessons could be difficult. It could be hard to kind of swallow, you know? There's something going on with your throat. Might have a sore throat. But yeah, no matter what, it seems like the lesson to something is going to be relevant to you this week. Seeing the lesson, especially about something that has been kind of difficult for you. I think you're going to see the lesson to this if you keep your eyes peeled. Capricorn Nation and cross watchers. With that, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you for watching, Capricorn Nation. Have a beautiful, blessed, and productive birthday season. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out, Cap Nation. Sag, this is a general reading, which means that not everything mentioned in this reading is going to apply directly to something that you have going on. Sometimes you might be the observer to situations, and sometimes it's happening with you directly. The point that I'm trying to make is listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions. If you like a read based on your own personal energy, you can book me for a session on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscentionsTarot.com. Currently, I am offering beginner tarot classes. They begin on January 22nd. If you'd like to get in on the classes, take a look at my website. We provide you the information on how to go about that. We're going to always talk about delicate topics. There's no avoiding it on this channel. Sag Nation. Take that as a trigger warning. Prioritize your mental health if that's not something that you feel like you can kind of listen to right now. Let's dive in. Let's see what's going on for the Sag Nation for the next 7 days. This week it seems like there's some karmic ties that are going to be broken. There's some things that maybe you've been avoiding, Sagittarius or Crosswatcher, that are demanding resolution. This might have something to do with your connection with someone. It seems like your connection with someone could have been very challenging as of late. And it seems like maybe there's something that's on your mind that you want to say. So I think you're going to be living your truth. Maybe you don't, it's not that you don't care, you're Sagittarius. So I think you're going to say what you need to say. I think you might care about someone, but I think you getting something off your mind might mean more to you than coddling somebody's feelings this week. So maybe that might be something that you're kind of facing this week. Maybe you're not concerned so much about what other people expect of you or think of you. Maybe that's not something you're prioritizing, but living your truth is. So you're going to get something off your chest that looks like you're very spiritual. So it seems like Spirit is calling to you because it seems like they're wanting for you to look at something deeper, something spiritual. This seems like you're on a spiritual path, Sagittarius or cross watcher. You might be getting some spiritual messages coming through because it seems like Spirit is sending you particular some messages. You might be getting a lot of increased downloads. To help you to understand something or see something. You got some success rolling in. So it just seems like maybe there's some congratulatory news that's coming in. Somebody could possibly be congratulating you on something, or you're getting a yes to something that maybe you've applied for, something that you've been waiting for. You've got an affirmative answer to this. This feels like this might come in the form of a contract. It could be a job, whatever the case. And maybe that's what this message is. Maybe this is someone possibly reaching out to you to give you this information. Is somebody in jail? Somebody is behind bars? Was, or they're concerned about being behind bars is what this looks like. There's somebody that feels absolutely invisible to you. Chances are, maybe this is how you're feeling. You're feeling insignificant to someone. Maybe you feel like you're living in someone's shadow. I think you might hit a turning point. Something that you've been waiting for, the timing of something has aligned. So this is why something has the ability to come in for you. Something that you've been waiting for finally reaches you. And it gives you some relief from your worries. Because it seems like you've been going through some trying times. You had some obstacles you've been dealing with. You're struggling with a few things. This week, someone comes in to give you a helping hand. It seems like maybe you're looking for a new place to live, but maybe there's been some financial stress that's been getting in the way. Maybe you feel like due to financial pressures or situations, it's limited you from maybe doing some things that maybe you wanted to do or some places you wanted to go. I definitely feel like some new doors are opening up for you this week, Sagittarius or cross watcher. These could be literal, as in you're getting a new place. Maybe you just feel like you need some space away from people to kind of clear your mind and think about things. When it comes to relationships in your life, maybe you feel like something is not working out between you and someone. Maybe you feel like you just need some space from someone because maybe this is where the obstacle is, the frustration. It might have something to do with this karmic relationship. Maybe you're not happy the way things are going. Maybe you're trying to figure out a way to release yourself. This might be this might be the very place where you feel, as I mentioned to you, invisible. You might feel like you're standing right in front of somebody that you care about, but they're looking past you to everybody else. And maybe they're feeling that. Maybe it's the opposite. Take that information and flip it. It might be your cross watcher. Capricorn shows up to your reading. Maybe some of you are on the Sag-Capricorn cusp. You got somebody that's very, I'm not going to say watchful. I'm going to say somebody's lurking. Especially if this has something to do with social media. Sagittarius, you're lurking on somebody's, probably lurking on a Capricorn's social media. Maybe it could be the other way around. Lurking, but not saying a word. This person knows. Maybe they blocked you, maybe you blocked them. Because it doesn't look like the vibe between you and someone is friendly, especially if this is due to a breakup. You might be breaking up due to the fact that somebody is coming between you and someone that you care about. Yeah, you're not talking to somebody, you block them. You block possibly this earth sign. When we say Capricorn, Virgo, Taurus is relevant in your situation. You do not trust someone. So since there's some turbulence between you and someone, somebody might be thinking about separating themselves. Some of you, you're in a violent relationship with somebody. Abusive in some sort of way. Might be what someone says to you. I don't know. I think you're having some good thoughts about someone this week. Maybe they're not on your good side this week. It's Sagittarius. It looks like somebody wants to talk. I was mentioning to you, somebody is in jail, was once in jail, or could be concerned about being in jail. Someone is currently in jail. Somebody might be getting out. Or if you're concerned about a legal situation that pertains to jail, somebody might be getting released. Maybe somebody has served their time. Now, this could be figurative. Maybe somebody might feel like they've served their time, meaning that you kind of shut them out and they can't be in your life anymore. They're like, wow, have I served my time? Have I been shackled long enough? Have I endured my punishment long enough? Can I come back into your life, type of thing? It might be something like that. Something going on with your vision. Maybe you're getting your vision checked. You could possibly be getting some glasses. Yes, it feels like there is an approval to something. Random side note, I'm going to say it while I see it. I'm trying to stay on track, but I want to make sure that I don't skip over messages as they come out. I mentioned to you that you've got a contract coming in, or you're being approved for something. This approval is delayed, but it's definitely yours. Okay? Something is approved. It's a good thing for you. This might help you to put something to an end, because it looks like something has been a frustrating situation for you. So if this living situation has something to do with like you going your separate ways from someone, because it looks like something is over, and maybe you're concerned about, again, your living situation. So maybe this is why somebody might be home shopping. Again, you're approved for something, a credit card, a job, whatever the case. Treatment. It seems like something could be going on health-wise for you. We're going to get there. For somebody, this could be a friend that might be coming back. Maybe there's a friend where things kind of tapered off between you and someone. Maybe you ended a friendship. You got some people that could possibly be coming back. The thing is, your guard is up, Sagittarius, because you know what this person is capable of. You may have found out some things about this person that they lied to you about in the past, or they kept from you. So it seems like your expectations about where things may go from here are kind of low. It seems like you're letting somebody go, or this is spirit saying, Sagittarius or cross watcher, don't be afraid to let somebody go. Because it seems like there's a road that might need to end. There's an Aries that shows up. You're letting something go. Something new comes in to take its place. There's a lot going on in your dreams this week, Sagittarius or cross watcher. I think that there's something that you're doing or saying. Whatever you're saying seems like it casts you in a favorable light. Maybe this has something to do with your gift. Maybe someone this week is bragging on their gift. Maybe this is possibly somebody that wants to come in and maybe they're enthusiastic about something that's going on in their life. Maybe they want to share this information with you. Somebody's a PK, preacher's kid. Maybe this is someone's initials. PK, but I'm also hearing pre-K. Maybe your kids are going to school. I see a lot of greed in your situation. And I see how things could possibly be chaotic. Okay. Spirit guides are definitely emphasizing this whole situation. And that's definitely something I'm going to put a pin in. I promise you we're going to come back to that. This is Sag. You broke up with a Capricorn, possibly, or you're breaking up with a Capricorn. Maybe you broke up with a Capricorn in their birthday, like in December. You're dealing with a December Capricorn, possibly. You got some success that's coming in for you. So whatever this is that you're working toward, yeah, it's yours. It's a Taurus. You got some opposition that's in your situation. I don't see a Sag backing down from this opposition now. I feel romance is in the air for you. I think maybe that's your biggest fear, is romance and closeness with someone. I think you want companionship, but I think that's the very thing that you fear. Yeah, you got a new home. This is you possibly maybe doing a home cleanse, maybe before you move in, to kind of clear it from the previous energy. There's some things that are positive things that are taking place in terms of business. So you could possibly be getting married, random side note, or you could be attending a wedding or hearing about a wedding. And some of you might be feeling like, wow, it's time for a vacation. There is an Aries, as I mentioned to you. This is likely an April Aries that might be coming to you. Because it looks like somebody is spinning the block. Somebody might be circling back. But I also see a water sign that might be circling back to you. Yeah, there's somebody that you're upset with. Somebody is wishing or hoping that you will just let it go. Drop it. Don't bring it back up again. Don't harp on it. Just let it go. Drop it. That's what somebody expects you to do. They want to dead the situation, but they may not want to talk about things. Somebody might be ready to admit some things to you, especially if this is online or this is a perception that somebody is trying to give the world, that their life is so together. Maybe somebody might be, maybe you're sharing a lot on social media and maybe you're admitting, you know what, my life is not what it might seem on the outside looking in. Or maybe this is somebody maybe talking to you about their situation. Maybe you're their shoulder to cry on, and maybe you might be realizing, hey, I thought this person had this going on and that going on, but really somebody's frustrated. They're kind of fed up in their situation. You're really in your head, Sagittarius, this week. And here's this person giving you advice. So it seems like there's somebody that you're turning to. This person could possibly be giving you a helping hand. They could be giving you a kind word, some advice. Maybe there's a generous act that somebody is giving you. But yeah, it's very clear. Whatever this is, but this karmic tie, the end. Something is definitely coming to an end, and maybe this is something that you've been anticipating, you've been thinking about. Maybe you're not sure. Maybe you're feeling a little bit insecure about this decision, or this something that someone has done has made you feel very insecure about your relationship. If this is going to last, I don't know. Some of you, it seems like you're concerned about becoming a single parent. You might be looking at somebody's traits and starting to realize that somebody's a bit possessive. I don't know. Especially if you're like just beginning to date someone and the mask is slipping and you're kind of coming to see who somebody really is when they're not just trying to impress you and date you and get to know you. And maybe this is causing somebody to have second thoughts about, okay, am I going to continue to see this person or should I end it right now? Maybe it's because of some red flags that you've seen about somebody, but I promise you, somebody completely effed up the situation. Somebody, let me say Capricorn's birthday. It's somebody's birthday. Somebody might be feeling like, okay, I messed up and I want to come back and fix it. Or this is somebody that feels like you're the one that got away. Maybe they feel like they should have married you when they had a chance to. This sort of thing. I think something might feel like it's over, but it's not. But I definitely feel like there's somebody that's watching. Maybe watching the situation play out. Somebody is not happy about the fact that maybe this person wants to see you again or whatever the case happens to be. I definitely feel like you're putting the drama aside to maybe come and see someone. And maybe you're not, if the purpose isn't to just see this person, it might be to see a child or maybe some people that they're around, okay? The point that I'm trying to make is there might be a gathering. Maybe this gathering isn't happening now, something could possibly be happening in the springtime. Maybe you might be seeing this person for, like I said, you're seeing an Aries, and maybe their birthday is in April. I'm not sure what this is, but especially if the situation has been at a standstill, I feel like something may begin to move forward. Or something has been keeping you from seeing this person. They might be in front of you. And like I said at the beginning of the reading, there might be some things you want to get off your chest. You want to speak your truth, and this might give you that opportunity. And maybe in speaking the truth and getting past the obstacles, this might give you the opportunity to dead the situation like we talked about. I don't think something can be dropped just that easily or swept under the rug. Just my feeling. Because it looks like somebody feels invisible, as I mentioned to you before. Or they feel like what they have to say doesn't matter, that you couldn't care less about maybe what they've been thinking about. But this week, It seems like somebody might be getting it off their chest or whatever. Yeah, somebody is tired of being told what they should do, how they should act, or what, you know what I mean? Somebody could possibly be giving you some unsolicited advice. You might be shutting somebody down. There's some secrets that are definitely coming out this week. And there's some rituals that are being done in the background. I'm not sure. Maybe you're into, no, I did say that you're spiritual. Maybe you're trying to escape this matrix. So maybe you're doing some sort of spiritual, you're definitely on a spiritual journey. So again, there's something that you're really mesmerized by. You're diving into this, you're learning more about it, you're studying something. Be mindful of appearances, okay? Like we talked about online. Someone could possibly be catfishing. Yeah, somebody could be lying about their identity as well. Or playing it up for the cameras or whatever, for the flexing for the gram, but really in their life they're really miserable. This isn't to criticize someone, it's just what I'm saying in the reading. It's just an observation. Yeah. Somebody's packing, moving, possibly. Maybe you're between places, or maybe someone that is between places might be hitting you up, contacting you. Maybe they need a place to stay. Or maybe they're not telling you that they're going through something. Because I did say there are secrets in the situation. Again, somebody doesn't want you to know that their life isn't together or they don't have everything figured out. That's what this looks like to me. Sagittarius. Somebody might have a lot of babies, a lot of kids. Maybe they have a lot of kids in a lot of different households or whatever. They have a whole bunch of baby mamas. This isn't, again, once again, it's not a criticism. This might be something that you're observing. It feels like somebody has an issue with that. It seems like maybe someone's not being transparent about this information, and you might end up finding out on the back end, because it definitely, like I mentioned to you, somebody is spying. Not necessarily maliciously spying in all situations, but somebody might feel like, okay, if I'm dating somebody, I feel like they're keeping a lot from me. I want to find out, I want to dive into this person, find out more about them so I can see who the heck I'm dating. Because like I said, you might be noticing some red flags about somebody, because like I told you, somebody's life might not be as together as it seems, health-wise, because Spirit is bringing this up. I think I see something going on with somebody's knees. It's not necessarily health-wise, but maybe something is. Maybe you're having pain in your knees. It seems like you're having pain in some area of your body, especially if we're talking about range of motion, your wrists, your shoulders, I want to say your back, but really your knees, your ankles, your knees, really. You might be having a lot of headaches this week. There's some sort of an injury, it feels like. Maybe you're not feeling well, or someone around you is not. Possibly you work in healthcare. Definitely I'm picking up pregnancy complications, or there's some fertility issues here. It just seems like maybe somebody is not really very talkative about their health issues, but maybe somebody might be talking about them. You might be discussing something with a healthcare provider, and there's a possibility of treatment being provided for a health issue. Because it just seems like somebody might be sweeping a health issue under the rug. Someone could possibly be suggesting that someone go to the doctor, or maybe they're not. But maybe somebody might heed that advice this week. It seems like somebody might be kind of ignoring a health issue, and now it seems like you're going to figure it out and go see what's going on with you to give you some peace of mind. Definitely reconnecting with someone. You might be reconnecting with someone that did pass away spiritually. They might be sending you a message, like we talked about. A passed on loved one might have a message for you this week. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Sag Nation. No, I want to let you know that you got an opportunity. An opportunity this week might present itself. Something is perfectly aligned. The timing of something is just right. And as I mentioned to you, there's some success and approval comes through, or something that you've been waiting for. Now you're getting communication from this, especially if something's just been unbearable for you. Seems like you have a lot of obligations on your shoulders, a ton of responsibilities, and a lot of things that you're dealing with on an emotional level. And maybe you feel like you just need the space to be able to deal with you, to take care of you. So spirit guides are telling you, prioritize your health. And we're definitely talking about your mental health. That's also intertwined there. So spirit guides are saying, take care of yourself, Sagittarius. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Sag Nation for the next 7 days. You got a lot of similar cards as Capricorn. So that leads me to believe, as I mentioned to you, that you're on the cusp. Whatever this is with relationships that, because like I said before, we're going to run it back. I was telling you somebody feels invisible. Somebody might feel like they give more than they get in return. They poured into you and they feel like they're not getting the same in return. So I think that there could possibly be an opportunity to restore balance in a relationship. Somebody wants to create harmony. This is you deciding whether or not that can happen. Secrets definitely come out for you this week. And we're not necessarily limiting this to be secrets as if somebody is keeping secrets from you. We're talking about if the answer to your situation seems so obscure. You're like, how do I solve this dilemma in my life? I don't see a way. I don't know how to navigate through this. It's that type of thing. Spirit comes in to give you some understanding. So some revelations are awaiting you this week. Just know that you can get through this obstacle. It just seems like something might appear more difficult than it is. You guys are saying, no, we're going to knock down these walls to this situation. You're going to get clarity this week. You guys are assuring it. They're telling you, keep going forward. Be ready to embrace change because it's definitely coming. Did you lose some keys, or are you possibly gaining some keys? Okay, somebody could possibly be giving you the keys to something. But like I said, if you lost your keys, you might be recovering them. Yeah, it's time to turn the page on something. I think this has everything to do with your inner critic. It seems like you're turning the page. You're leaving the past behind. What was written is what it is. Now you're turning the page and you're moving forward. You're gaining wisdom from past experiences, no matter how hurtful they've been. And it seems like this week you're finally able to get back on track. Your guides are assuring you in the form of the advice that you're going in the right direction. Maybe literally. Maybe you're not sure. Maybe you're feeling directionless about where to go. Where do I look? Or where do I move? This sort of thing. Your spirit guides are saying you're on the right track. Keep going. Keep yourself motivated this week. Keep moving forward. That message comes through like we talked about. That clarity comes in as the form of a message this week. Seems like you're holding on to the past. You're dwelling on things that maybe you're not proud of, or things that don't really reflect your strengths. Your guides are telling you that they want you to turn your past challenges into your strengths, because you can. You're concerned about time management. It seems like you're watching the clock. I don't know. You're spiraling this week because it seems like it's the way that you're looking at something. You feel like something is difficult. You're focused on the obstacle. Spirit, once again, as I mentioned to you, is helping you navigate the way. With that, Sag Nation and House Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you for watching. Have a beautiful, blessed, productive week, Sag Nation and House Watchers. I'll see y'all in the next one. Scorpio, this is a general reading, which means that not everything that is mentioned in this reading is going to be a perfect match to what might be going on in your situation. Listen to this with an open mind. Sometimes the things that are mentioned in the reading might be things that you are observing but not going through. Yeah. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like a read based on your own personal energy, I'm available for personal readings. My website happens to be AngelicAscentionsTarot.com. What is this? Derek. Hi, ma'am. Lovely reading you do. First time. You're very good. Happy New Year. Take care. Thank you for that. Happy New Year to you as well. Trigger warning. We're going to talk about delicate topics. We always do. Let's dive in. Scorpio Nation. First card. First card out. Second card out. What's going on here? How you guys see it? I think somebody that you're dealing with is emotionally detached, or somebody might see you this way. Somebody, rather than coming to talk to you about the issues, might be going behind your back. There's a ton of gossip in this situation. So chances are you heard about this gossip. Scorpio, some information could be circulating. Because word on the street is you're going through some drama with somebody. There's a lot of stress that you're dealing with. You're frustrated. You're arguing with someone. Some of you you're feeling manipulated, or this is you're coming out of a situation having felt manipulated or duped in some sort of way. Maybe you feel like somebody is controlling you, or somebody is a bit of an energy vampire. Maybe it's been a minute since you've spoken to someone. Maybe there have been some things that you left unsaid that you would like to say. This has something to do with an air sign. For some of you, Aquarius, Libra, or Gemini. Something you need to say. Because it looks like you want to voice something. You want to liberate yourself in some sort of way. Maybe this has something to do with an Aries or an earth sign towards Virgo or Capricorn. Some of you, this is a family member, and maybe you kind of lost touch with a family member. You don't speak with them as frequently. It looks like somebody would like to speak to you. Some of you, Scorpios, you're going through a breakup. This is the end. It's a wrap. It feels like there's some issues that you feel like you can no longer deal with, and it has something to do with somebody's pride and their mouth, because someone could be rather disrespectful and insulting. And again, for some of you, this is a family member. It's not necessarily a love relationship. You're getting into it, or you could possibly be arguing over a family member, over something that they said in the past. For some of you, there's an argument that comes in to end the situation. So yeah, I think you are letting go. That's what Spirit says. You're letting go of something. You're letting go of someone. Maybe you're letting go of a past argument so that you can maybe have a decent conversation, a mature conversation with someone so that you can move forward. There is someone is in your reading can be, like we did talk about, manipulative. I think that there could also be someone that could be a bit sneaky, and maybe they're good at, what am I trying to say, like trying to persuade you, but in a very manipulative way. I almost want to say blackmail you, gaslight you. Somebody could possibly be really good at that. Word manipulation. Switching your words around. Swearing up and down that you said something that you know you didn't say. Hey, Mary Lynn Garcia. You, rather than wanting, dealing with somebody's gaslighting tactics, you want somebody to be honest. You want somebody to be truthful and transparent. But it's obvious to you that, yeah, based on your history with this person, that they're probably not going to be that. That's what you would want. That's what someone would like in this situation anyway. Honesty, transparency. They're like, don't patronize me, just be real. Because I think someone wants there to be truth Maybe this is someone that wants someone to be honest about maybe how bad their addiction has gotten, because it definitely feels like someone might be concerned that someone's addiction has gotten out of control. Definitely feel like there's a situation where someone could possibly be mixing drinking with driving. I definitely feel like somebody might be popping up, and if they're not popping up physically, they might be popping up in your thoughts. Maybe they're popping up on social media. They could be coming up in your feed. If you haven't thought about someone in a minute, somebody might say something. Oh, have you seen so-and-so? Have you seen so-and-so lately or whatever? Because I do feel like social media is relevant in some cases for some of you. You got some mismatched shoes, mismatched socks, something like that. You might need a charger. It seems like you have, or you might have to like look through your bundle of chargers to come across the particular charger that you need. Yeah, there's definitely something's going on online. You could possibly be connected to someone who is on social media. Maybe somebody's video might be picking up momentum. Maybe this is what you're addicted to. Again, social media. You might be addicted to someone in particular, somebody that you like on social. Somebody might be learning to drive. Maybe, random side note, somebody could possibly be getting lessons when it comes to driving. You might be very overwhelmed when it comes to parental duties, or you just have a ton of responsibilities. Maybe these are your siblings or other family members or people that you work with that rely very heavily on you. Yeah, somebody might be making a last-ditch effort to come to you. The issue for you is, well, I don't think that this person is ever going to change. And as I mentioned to you several times at this point, this could possibly be a family member. Your father, maybe this is your baby's dad, because I definitely see a single parent in this situation. It seems like you're doing everything, you're doing a lot, and maybe you feel like there's somebody else that could be helping you, but they're not. They're not lifting a finger. Because maybe they're refusing to talk to you, and it could possibly be out of pride. Maybe you want to speak to somebody. I promise you, this feels like somebody wants to speak to you. Or like I said, there's something that's on your chest, something that you want to get off your chest, that you want to say to somebody. I feel that something could possibly be spoken in this situation. You know, a lot of cookies, a lot of sweets. Just an observation. It's not a criticism. You might be procrastinating a lot, and maybe you might be getting back in the game and deciding, okay, rather than put this off, I'm going to get back into this. You know, because it definitely feels like this week, Scorpio, I wanted to call you Capricorn so badly, but Scorpio, you might feel like time is money. Something is, because it seems like that's what you're concerned about is your money, your financial situation. Like you're trying to get your financial situation together. You might feel like something is always coming up to kind of take you a bit backward. This week, your cards are advising you to be flexible. Because it looks like you're trying to get to the finality of something. You want something to kind of finish up. But your guys are saying, Scorpio, this week you might want something that might want to be a bit flexible. Things may not go exactly according to plan. And if it doesn't, it does not mean that you failed, okay? So you got to remind yourself this week that your story is not over, okay? I think you're feeling like you have a goal. You're trying to rush to this goal, and you're like, wow, if I don't get here, then I'm not. Maybe it's an exercise goal. Maybe you're getting back in the gym. I'm not sure what this is. But I definitely see something with circulation. Something could be going on with someone's heart or their circulatory system. What am I trying to say? I also feel like there could be something going on as it pertains to infection within the body. So we're talking about your lymphatic system. It seems like your body is trying to filter out, like I said, some sort of infection. Going back to this, when it comes to your money, and I was telling you, you're trying to get something on track. Maybe one of you is the breadwinner financially. There's something that you're needing to provide because, as I mentioned to you several times, you've got a lot of responsibilities. And maybe you feel like you don't have the funds to be able to give or be financially present Unless this has something to do with a legal situation. Maybe there's something you need to pay to the court or whatever. There might be some help that could be coming your way. There's some help, okay? Either you are helping to provide something for someone, you could possibly be playing a helping hand role, or this is spirit coming in to help you with something, to fill in a financial gap for you where you feel like it's nearly impossible. And this seems like that's what you're focused on. This is what's weighing you down. Maybe you feel like you can't spend quality time together with the ones that you love because you're constantly at work, constantly having to make a living. Maybe you want to be more present in the life of a child. Or maybe this is a sibling, whomever. I'm not sure. What I will tell you is this. You've got a contract coming in. This contract could have something to do with work. And this might help you get on solid ground, okay? Something that comes in. Somebody's helping you maybe get a job or help you whatever. I see stability coming in where there's a situation that's been a bit unpredictable. Okay, I think you could possibly be getting approved for something. So I see you possibly signing on the dotted line for something that you want. Let's roll it back because we're talking about addictions and we're talking about a legal situation. Somebody might need, I mentioned to you, somebody might need to pay something to the court. You might need to speak to a lawyer or a representation of the court. Be mindful of conversations and such. Emotions mixed with alcohol and anger and impulsiveness could possibly cause a situation that could be prevented, especially if we're talking about a legal one. Maybe this is what caused somebody to get, let's say somebody's in an abusive situation. I don't know, like a mild way of putting things. Just know I'm very direct. I'm not really good at putting finesse on words. There's no real way to kind of finesse this anyway, and I'm not even sure if I should say it, but you know I'm gonna say it. Someone, I might be talking to one or two people out there. The message is you're in a violent relationship. And spirit guides are giving you a wake-up call to get out of this. Not just because of your mental health. Of course, that's also important. But it's also because, goodness, it's hard to say. Someone could possibly lose their life by staying in a situation where all the red flags are telling you, get out. That's for somebody. My intention is never to cause alarm, but I've got to read the message the way that I see it. So, my apologies, and bear with me. And maybe there's somebody in the situation that's not telling someone or telling their loved ones how bad the situation is. I also understand that it could be complicated. There might be a ton of moving parts to getting out of a violent relationship. Spirit guides are saying there's resources or there's a way. When this is reposted, there will be a number on the screen where if you are in a situation and you need some advice about how to get out of this, check out the number that will be posted on the screen when this video does repost. That's for somebody, as I mentioned to you. And maybe it's not you. Maybe this is a wake-up call for somebody that you know. I don't know. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Scorpio Nation for the next 7 days. You've been going through a turbulent situation, Scorpio. With you being a fixed sign, I think at the very least what it's taught you is to adapt. to teach you that you can thrive through situations that might have seemed impossible or that might have broken the average person. Because it seems like you've been treading on a rough road. Your guides are telling you that you've got some more peaceful times ahead, but they're telling you that you got a long journey in store for you. This isn't to discourage you, but it is to tell you to prepare for what's coming up next. And they're telling you that you have everything that it takes to be resilient in this situation, because your previous situations have pulled that out of you. Now that you realize that you're resilient, now spirit guides are saying, keep going. You've got some success that's coming in. They want you to exercise that resilience this week. As with any week, really. Your love life, your career, it definitely feels like it's getting a comeback. So maybe if you feel like you're emotionally ready to get back into a relationship, maybe not now, but maybe the spirit guides are telling you got somebody new coming in. Even if it's not immediately, they're letting you know that, you know, if this is you questioning, wow, am I going to find the right person? Am I going to be alone forever? Am I going to ever heal from this physical or emotional wounds that I've been going through? Spirit guides are telling you, yes, you absolutely can and will. You guys are telling you don't give up, Scorpio. They're telling you trust that you're going to find your path, even if you feel lost right now. That if you feel like you're, am I trying to say, like you feel like you're in the dark about things, this is your spirit guides coming in to light up the way for you. You're going to be directed. You're going to be shown the way. They're telling you that there's a goal that you have that is absolutely worth the effort. But when it comes to relationships and people that are around you, they're telling you, see the situation for what it really is. This is what's going to give you clarity about your situation. This is what's going to give you insight. They're telling you, look deeper. Look beneath the surface. You've gone through some hardships. You're getting through it. It seems like Spirit is clearing the path for you. You might have a lot more potential for something that you give yourself credit for as well, Scorpio. Somebody tried to lay out a trap for you, and it looks like you outsmarted them, and you're pissed about it. But I'm be pissed though, Scorpio. You might be making some very important professional connections with some people this week. And there's maybe something you've been praying for. And this is God showing you that He's keeping His promise. Something's about to be fulfilled this week, Scorpio, across watcher. Something might absolutely blow your mind. Something that you didn't expect. Or it might be playing out in a better way than you had expected. With that, Scorpio Nation and cross watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you so very much for watching. If you'd like to book a personal, my website happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Libra, this is a general reading. What this means is that not everything that is mentioned here is going to be an absolute fact in your situation. Listen for what resonates, disregard the rest. But at the same time, listen to it with an open mind. Sometimes you might not recognize what's your message because you haven't, the events in the reading haven't had a chance to occur. Always listen with discernment and again with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general reading. If you like a read based on your own personal reading, your personal energy, personal readings are available on my website at AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. I'm also doing a paid live after this live stream, if you'd like to get in on that. I'm also offering tarot classes, beginner tarot classes. These will start January 22nd, so if you'd like to go ahead and place yourself in the tarot class, you can book on my website. Once again, AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. We are always going to go over delicate topics. Keep that in the back of your mind. Take it as a trigger warning, and let's dive in, Libras. Let's see what might be playing out for you over the next 7 days. Is it hard for you to stay calm these days? Probably. Because it seems like your emotions are just kind of all over the place. Or someone in your situation might be feeling this way. Maybe they feel like connected to you There's a lot of uncertainty. They're like, I'm going through an emotional roller coaster with Libra. Like they feel like they can't figure you out right now, Libra cross watcher, because somebody feels lost. Somebody keeps going back and forth. Somebody doesn't know if they want to stay gone or if they want to be in your life. Somebody's a bit confused and they're feeling lost. Somebody kind of wanders in and out of your life is what this looks like. Or they wander in and out of the life of possibly a child or somebody that you know. And maybe you haven't really been communicating with this person for a while. Maybe that's where somebody's feeling lost, is about how to bridge the gap. But I think you're kind of like already gone. Even though you're feeling confused, you've already kind of made up your mind, Libra, across watch. You're like, no, I deserve better. Because somebody definitely feels unseen in this situation. They feel rejected. And maybe they feel like you've chosen someone over them. Or you've chosen an addiction over them or whatever. And right now, I think that you're going through a separation and you're realizing that the best thing that you could possibly do for yourself or for you really, is to heal. Because it seems like as a result of the past, this is what's causing this emotional roller coaster. It just seems like someone is not at peace with themselves. And please take this. Know that I'm saying this with love. I'm not saying it as a criticism. No one on this earth's surface is perfect. But I am saying that past issues, especially past childhood trauma, is blocking relationships. It's keeping them from flourishing. It's keeping them from lasting. It seems like you're dealing with someone who's pushing everybody away. So this is what's causing someone to realize, okay, I need to face my shadow. Somebody realizes they have a dark side and that they need to, deal with that. So, and figuratively, someone is exercising their demons, so to speak. Skeletons in their closet. I feel that some of you could possibly be caught up in a karmic tie with someone, or some of you, I'm going to say it again for the people in the back that didn't hear me the first time. I swear up and down that I'm saying that everybody has a third party. And let me let you know that that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying some people have a third party. And if this is you, it seems like somebody realizes that something is karmic and they need to let it go. The lesson was there for you to learn, and now it's time to separate yourself from it. I think somebody may have thought that a karmic situation was greener grass for them, and they might have been kind of sneaky, deceptive about the way that they went about things, especially if they're talking about someone communicating with someone else behind your back, texting somebody behind your back. Maybe you were feeling a bit stressed, a little bit suspicious of this person, because it seems like at the beginning things were great. You might feel like, yeah, I found my person, but now it definitely feels like you're like, I need to let this person go. There's a lot of gossip in your situation. Maybe there's somebody that might be a ton of gossip. Maybe on both sides. Maybe there's somebody venting to other people about your situation, and maybe you're doing the same. And maybe the advice, the overall consensus from the people that you're talking to, they're like saying, end this. Something about this is unhealthy, and something about the expression on your face says that I'm unhappy, type of thing. Yeah, relationships go through their ups and downs. The reading is saying something might need to go, though. I don't know. And I think that's exactly what someone is saying about the situation, that it's time to end it and walk off. Some of you are in a violent situation. Somebody has a really hard time controlling their temper. Or at least that's what somebody is gossiping and saying. But it's probably true, because I think somebody puts their hands on someone. Okay, somebody realizes that something is coming to an end. So rather than letting it end and making a clean break, it seems like they're dealing with somebody else while they're, like, before the two of you have made this official. Trust. Somebody feels, Libra, across watching that you're leaving them behind, and they're not feeling too good about it. It just seems like somebody's feeling butthurt at the fact that you're moving on. Maybe I shouldn't put it that way, because I'm not trying to minimize anybody's feelings. But yeah, no, I'm gonna stand by that. Somebody is feeling butthurt about it. Somebody feels like you betrayed them in some sort of way. Like, they feel like you didn't have to end it like this. Like, this is brutal. This is absolutely egregious. They're looking at this like, did you really have to hurt me this way? So somebody might be spiraling in this situation. They might be going deeper into a depression. On the upside of things, those of you who are single, you got somebody new coming in. This could possibly, for some of you, be a rebound situation, because it looks like you're leaving a situation as somebody else comes in. Or maybe somebody is like, they're aware that they care for someone and they're ending a relationship in order to like come correct and be with that person in the right way. But yeah, you might have more than one person who's interested in you and that might be coming to talk to you. Libra or cross-watcher. You might be trying to make a decision between one versus the other. Maybe you like one more than you like the other person. But yeah, choices. Especially if we're talking about a third party, someone might be making a choice. This might come down to spirit saying choices need to be made in this situation, because enough is enough. How much can one person go through and continue to go through? I also feel like somebody might be, some of you might be estranged from this person. Maybe there is no contact. I think somebody might be taking a risk. It's risky to them to maybe come and talk to you because they feel like they caused too much damage and maybe you're going to shut them down type of thing. But I think somebody might want to talk it out. I don't know what for. Is this closure? Yeah, definitely somebody's leaving a third party. They might be taking all their possessions. Anything that they've given, they're taking this back. Or somebody might be demanding their stuff back. Something going on with a vehicle. Maybe some of you could possibly be getting a car. Maybe you need a car loan. Maybe you're saving up some money to get a car. The vehicle, some transportation feels like it might be important, because something about your transportation might be a little bit risky. It might be a little bit unreliable. Might be some engine trouble. Maybe you needed to put some fluids into your car, some gasoline. Maybe you're low on gas. You need to charge your car or whatever. Maybe it's low on oil. I'm not sure. Somebody, it's a family member. You're having tension with a family member. Yeah. Somebody is definitely fooling around with a ton of people. You blocked somebody. You're not talking to them. This is why they're nervous about coming back to you. Seems like they fell into temptation. Somebody could have even had a baby on you. There's a Gemini that just entered your reading. I definitely feel like there's friction, possibly between you and a family member. Somebody's not following their conscience. Somebody's spirit guides are coming to say, fix this. And somebody is completely ignoring their conscience because they don't feel like the situation is realistic. Or in some instances, it feels like somebody can't seem to put their pride aside. There's been some karma that somebody has been dealing with, some heavy karma. Somebody lose a child. I think there's a child that passed. Or someone decided to no longer keep a pregnancy going. There's a lot more that I see, but I promise you I'm trying to keep this light. So it might be going on with your finances. I think there's a better, you're going to be recovering from this. You're going to find a way to bounce back from this whole situation as far as your money is concerned. Okay. Somebody have a physical injury. Definitely seeing something on the hands, the face. Something's going on with the skin. Yeah, it feels like somebody has a physical, visible type of energy. Injury. King of Pentacles, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. Pisces just joined your reading. Yeah. You were in a third party. This person is lonely. They're thinking about you. They're no longer with the third party. They fell into temptation again. Somebody thought there was greener grass. They kept secrets. Everybody knew a whole bunch of stuff except for you. I don't know. It just seems like somebody, one of you is tired of being rejected or cheated on, etc., and the other one wants to fix it and wants to talk things out. It's possibly this fire sign. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius. there's also an air sign, Aquarius, Libra, Gemini, as well as Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio that show up heavily. They're on the scene in your reading. This could have been somebody they were creeping with, somebody that they're interested in, because somebody's talking to somebody behind your back. Libra. Maybe this gives you a confirmation of who this is. I don't know. You got a message coming in this week. It's up to you about whether or not you're going to answer this message. It might be from this person, chances are. For others of you, this is about work. It's about a collaboration. It seems like there's something that you're wanting to achieve. And I think that if there's something that you're working on, it might be a mutual effort between you and someone. I think somebody might be putting their differences aside, their egos aside or whatever, to take the lead when it comes to something in order for something better to be accomplished. Especially if we're talking about raising children, co-parenting, being powerful examples to children so that they can, grow up to be great type of thing. Yeah. It's something that you're getting a yes to. And whatever this is with your vision, maybe you're getting some glasses, I don't know. Yeah, I think you might be Libra. Maybe you don't want to get those glasses or contacts, but maybe you might be like, yeah, maybe I need to. Especially if you're going to the DMV. I don't know if you're taking a driver's test or whatever. I don't know. But yeah, I think you're cutting ties with something that you might feel is unhealthy, or if this is you questioning, is this the right move for me to make? I'm confused. Your spirit guides are saying you're not confused, Libra. They're saying you actually came to the right place because this is your message. Yes. It is time to cut off a karmic tie. That's for somebody. I don't know. Seems like spirit might have been warning somebody of this for a while. And like I was telling you, somebody's ignoring their conscience. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Libra Nation for the next 7 days. There's something, again, I don't mean to sound redundant, but the cards keep telling me there's something about either someone's vision, their eyesight, or it's their eye color. Something about somebody's eyes are kind of striking to you. So maybe you might lock eyes with somebody and you might be feeling kind of attracted to somebody, mesmerized by somebody. I don't know, Libra. Or vice versa. Because of course they're going to be reversed. Spirit guides, what is the advice for the Libra Nation for the next 7 days? You got a lot of potential. I think you underestimate how much potential you have for something. And it might not just be with a talent. This might just be with your ability to rise above situations, the ability to reinvent yourself after situations have kind of torn you down. You guys are saying you have a lot of potential for that. And that might be where you're like underestimating yourself. Your guides are guiding you toward evolution, and they're saying what they want you to do is to get some advice. So maybe this week you could possibly be seeking guidance from someone. And your spirit guides are saying in the event that you decide to do that, Libra, they're dropping you a little hint. They're saying listen with an open heart. Be ready to learn and grow. Because it seems like spirit is sending you someone in particular, a messenger, that's going to offer you some wisdom. And this is definitely a step in the right direction. It's going to offer you some clarity, and it's going to help you get to your next destination. It's going to help you make some improvements. And when I'm saying improvement, I'm not saying it's something about you. You know what I mean? Please listen to this with an open mind and just know that even though, like I said, I'm not that great at finessing words, just know that it comes from a loving heart, and I'm not here to criticize. So if it sounds that way, just know that that is not my intention. You're going into the unknown. Things in your life are going to be a mystery to you. But again, this clarity is coming through because this mystery has been there for you seemingly for a while. Something seems hidden. It's the answers to things in your life about how to get unstuck. Yeah, there's some things that maybe you want to know. But maybe somebody is telling you, period, point blank, what they're trying to tell you. And maybe what I mean by that, though, is that you might have to kind of read between the lines to hear what somebody is saying because they're not being direct. But if you really listen, you already heard what somebody said. Even if it's pure silence that we're talking about. Silence can also be an answer in your situation. You guys are saying be open to receive because it looks like abundance and blessings are coming in. You guys are telling you get ready for these things to flow because they're about to. And whatever these things are about these ideas that you have, maybe there's some fresh ideas, there's some previous ideas that maybe you haven't acted on, and maybe this week you're deciding to go with it. Whoever this is that passed away, they're sending you a lot of spirit messages. Libra. You would already know who this is. With that, Libra Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you, Libra and Cross Watchers, for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Hello, Libra Nation. Welcome to your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. I hope all is genuinely well. This may be a reading that may resonate with you if you happen to have Libra in your Sun, Moon, Rising, or Venus dominant in your natal chart, or if you happen to be cross-watching for a Libran. You might find some information in this reading that may resonate for you. A few things that I would like for you to keep in the back of your mind as you listen to this reading. Libra, this reading is general, so this means that not everything that's mentioned here is going to be a direct match to something that might be going on in your situation. Listen to this with an open mind, and listen to this with discernment and discretion. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on what you hear from a general reading. If you like a reading based on your own personal energy, you can of course book me for a session on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. We're going to go over delicate topics. Consider that a trigger warning. And let's dive in. Let's see what might be playing out for the Libra Nation over the next 7 days. First off, what I see is that your emotions and how they affect you might be playing a big role in what's going on in your situation this week. It seems like the way that you're feeling certain emotions are making a really big impact on you. Like the physical sensation that you get when you experience certain emotions, it seems like maybe that kind of takes over this week. It seems like your spirit guides are trying to advise you to maybe take control of the way that your emotions affect you, the way that this feeling that it generates in your body. Seems like there is some guilt that you're dealing with, Libra, or somebody might be feeling guilt connected to their connection with you. Somebody is recognizing that they caused a lot of pain, they caused a lot of damage to a connection, and it might have been because somebody wasn't ready for commitment. Because in your situation, it looks like there could have been more than one person looking for your attention or the person that you were dealing with. And I think that maybe somebody wasn't sure who they wanted to pursue. A Capricorn just showed up to your reading. So I think consistency was an overall issue in this relationship. Somebody is saying it this way. For this reason, I think that this is why there's distance between you and someone. It seems like maybe someone may have blocked you, or you blocked someone. Possibly a Scorpio. Or a fire sign. This Queen of Wands. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius could play a part. You also have Cancer that shows up to your reading. It shows maybe you have a brand new beginning when it comes to love. But yeah, it looks like you're also letting yourself go from toxic relationships that may have put you through a lot. And then it seems like there's something that you want to return to. It seems like the spark is gone. Maybe you're talking to a good friend about the situation, or a good friend is discussing their situation with you. Seems like somebody doesn't want the relationship to be over, but they might not have the greatest of expectations about where this might go from here. Might be something going on with your vehicle. Maybe you might need an oil change, or you might be paying to have your car serviced. Feels like there's a lot going on in your life, Libra. It seems like there might be a move that might be in store for you. Did you have a blow up with someone? It seems like maybe you might want to have something that you want to say to someone. Let me see what this is. I'm not sure what this is. I think you caught somebody doing something. Okay, something is requiring you to go very deep with your emotions. It seems like maybe you've been handling things at surface level, Libra cross-watcher. This week, it definitely feels like your spirit guides are wanting for you to go deep inside, within, emotionally, to see what really is the underlying issue. Or this could be what spirit guides are talking to your specific person about. I'm trying to dig into, like, dissect what this is that's going on, because it seems like there's more to the story. I definitely feel that someone feels silence between the two of you, or they may feel silenced, like they can't say anything because you blocked them possibly, or things are kind of still between the two of you. So maybe this person isn't reaching out to you, but maybe you want to reach out to them. Maybe there's something that you want to say to them, but neither side is reaching out and saying anything. Yeah, what somebody really wants to say to you is they messed up, or this is the realization that somebody is coming to as a result of the time that has gone by, because I think that there's somebody that misses spending time with you, or possibly misses spending time with quality time with a child. And that could possibly be due to the separation. So yeah, somebody is feeling frustrated about the situation. They're feeling abandoned. They're having some self-doubts. They're having some fears about approaching you. This person might even be having a hard time getting to sleep, thinking about the whole situation. Somebody feels like they overgave to a situation. They're drained. And they feel like their love wasn't returned. So you've got that situation playing out. Now, I do see someone coming in. Is there something that you want to say? Somebody might be saying something to you unexpectedly. I also feel like somebody could be making assumptions about something. Are you making assumptions? No, I think that there's something that you saw. I think you were absolutely blindsided by something that you saw. I think it has something to do with the Seven of Swords. Just my feeling. Something happened here. And that's what I'm trying to get to the bottom of. I'm like, what happened here? Somebody's definitely stalking your social media. Somebody's trying to see what you're up to. Might be somebody trying to figure out. It does look like somebody's watching you. So if somebody is looking up something or following you on social media or this sort of thing, it seems like somebody is looking at whatever they look for and stumble upon. It might make them feel very emotional, because as I mentioned at the beginning of the reading, something is causing you to feel emotional. Something might cause you to feel a bit triggered. And it seems like this might be as you go down memory lane thinking about the past. Something did bring somebody to their breaking point. Yes, emotionally. I was telling you, you might be talking to a friend, a trusted friend. You might feel like you need a shoulder to cry on because of whatever this is that you found out about. What you found out about is that somebody lied to you, or someone tried to trap you. You feel trapped in some sort of way. And I think that there is somebody that you want to go and visit, but you might feel like you're forbidden on their turf. So right now, I think you might be living it up with random people, faceless connections. What am I trying to say? Like, people that you're not serious about. But it seems like in the back of your mind, all you can think about is one person, one specific person that you did have beyond a superficial connection with. You felt like you had something deep with this person. But yeah, I think you are looking for some advice. And I think that the person that's advising you is possibly telling you to take a leap of faith to talk to this person. It just feels like there's a lot of nervousness about what might happen, because somebody is expecting that if they did approach you, Libra or cross-watcher, that you would be absolutely pissed off, or that this wouldn't go over well. So there's that, because the last interaction the two of you had everything to do with drama. So maybe they're expecting the saga to continue if the two of you were to talk things out. Oh, okay. I think I see the story a different way. I think somebody may have been blindsided, because we are talking about somebody kind of prowling around on social media. Someone was blindsided by something they saw, and maybe it's quite possible that they saw you with somebody else, or they felt you had a secret connection with somebody else, and this is why somebody's feeling emotional about it. Somebody might feel like they need their shoulder to cry on because of what happened. So you could be on either side of the equation. This is what caused drama, and this is what's causing someone to feel rejected. Somebody feels rejected as a result of this, so I think this is why someone is staying away. They feel like there's a lack of consistency here, and I think that this has just caused somebody to reach their breaking point. I do feel that somebody is living a double life. They might act one way around you, and behind your back they're doing a completely different thing. So I feel like someone is regretful about the fact that they hurt you the way that they did, and they may want to come in with an apology. I'm thinking that maybe this apology might fix the distance between the two of you. And Aries just entered your reading. Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, or Rising. This might have something to do with your child's other parent. Yeah, this might be the mother of your child or your own mother. There might be some issues here with mom, mother issues. Something might be going on with your mother as far as a health situation is concerned. Random side note, do you have a speeding ticket, Libra? Well, somebody's like an aggressive driver. Somebody assumes a lot. They don't have the facts, but this is somebody arguing with someone over assumed information is what this looks like. I don't know, but I think that somebody does see the truth about this Queen of Wands. Okay, let's see what might be going on in some other area of your life. I did mention a move. Maybe you might be going to see some people that you haven't seen in a while, possibly family. Maybe family lives someplace else. Possibly they live at a distance. There's a strong possibility that maybe you might want to be closer to family, because it does look like, there might be something going on with family members and their health. So this might prompt a visit from you, or someone may want you to visit them. As I mentioned to you, it seems like somebody might possibly even be missing a child. So this might be what this visit is about. But like I was mentioning to you, it seems like someone is forbidden from going where you are. With work though, Libra, it looks like some of you could be deciding. What's being decided is a legal situation. For some of you, this legal situation has something to do with a divorce. Some of you could possibly be filing paperwork to make a separation official. Some of you, maybe you're not married to this person. Maybe you were dating, and you have children within this sort of thing. It's going to be a long-term relationship. So maybe if it's not a divorce, a literal divorce, then definitely a separation. But some of you, maybe you were dating someone who was married, and it seems like that divorce might be finalized. This is a legal situation. It seems like there might be some, like you feel kind of stuck because of something that might be going on. Yeah, legal trouble. Let's see what's going on with Libra. You might have to reach out to somebody connected to the court. This could be somebody is on probation. This could be that someone is on probation or parole. This is somebody calling their PO. It seems like something legal could possibly be affecting what might be going on with work. you're waiting for work possibly, or you're waiting to hear back from a job, but it just feels like there's some sort of delay. I think I see this. This might have been some sort of altercation, like a drunken altercation somebody could have gotten into. And this might be somebody realizing that maybe as a result of this that they need to sober up. But I'm also feeling like if this is court related, there is something that's coming to a conclusion. Something might be finalized as far as court is concerned, and there's a possibility that maybe there's something that you're needing to pay as far as a court situation is concerned. Some of you, maybe this is child support. This is a child custody situation where you could be possibly going through a really intense battle with someone, and maybe you've been waiting for this decision to come along for the longest. If this is regarding work, I don't know, somebody might be doing time, or somebody might be concerned about time. Not sure what this is. Time management. Maybe you need to get your watch fixed. I'm not sure what this is. But either way, if you're waiting to hear from a job, I definitely feel that there is a job coming through. The thing is, I do see an altercation. And I do see someone possibly showing up to work impaired. Drunk, high, this sort of thing. Somebody might be a functioning addict, but I feel like there could be an incident at work that somebody could possibly be getting caught up in. Whatever this is, it seems like it could be affecting job performance. Or like, as I mentioned to you, your ability to work. So maybe some of you might be, what am I trying to say, suspended from the job. There could be some sort of write-up. But whomever this is that you might need to follow up with connected to court or work, it seems like there's a deadline involved. So you may want to follow up with someone before the conclusion of these next 7 days. I do feel that there's some money coming in for you, Libra. So for some of you, maybe this is a pay week for you. Maybe there's something that you've invested in, and maybe there's a payout that maybe you're waiting for. Okay, some money definitely comes in that you've been waiting for, and this might give you the ability to pay off some debts. I do feel that at work, though, people could be very competitive, and maybe there's someone at work, maybe that's what this altercation is about. Somebody might be trying to get into it with you at work, possibly. It might be this Queen of Wands. It seems like, okay, maybe someone's targeting you. Maybe you're shopping at Target. Maybe you do feel targeted at work, maybe by a boss, I'm not sure. A boss and maybe some other people. Point that I'm trying to make is that there might be an incident, and it might leave you feeling like you're not sure what's going to happen next. I think that this is a suspension from work, possibly. It seems like this might be something that you're concerned about. Some of you, maybe you're not feeling well from work. You're not feeling well. Maybe you feel like you need a day off from work to kind of rest your mind, or to maybe get your health together. Because this seems like maybe somebody's feeling a bit under the weather. I might need some time to maybe deal with a health issue. Whatever this is, it just seems like something unexpected might happen at work. And it might lead you to make a decision about what you want to do. I also feel that maybe there's something going on with a device of yours. You might be putting a device in the shop, maybe for the 10th time, you know. It seems like you're constantly having to put something in the shop as a device. You might be picking this device up, whatever. Yeah, I think something is pending with court. So this feels like for some of you, this is somebody being served with paperwork. But there's some sort of paperwork that you might need to submit by a certain deadline and then follow up, because it seems like you're concerned about I'm not sure exactly what this is. It seems like some of you are concerned about things for different reasons. You're concerned about your job. You're concerned about an upcoming court date. You're concerned about a deadline. Others of you, you're concerned about someone's health. Someone could possibly be in the hospital. Maybe you might be going to see someone who might not be feeling well. That's what this looks like to me. Spirit guides, anything else for the zodiac sign of Libra for the next 7 days? Did I say this is an accusation? Somebody might be making an accusation. And it seems like this accusation could possibly affect your reputation at work. Yes, it seems like this incident has something to do with your job. Spirit guide, what's going on with Libra? There's a fire sign. This is a mistake. It's like somebody may have done something at work, and then it seems like somebody realizes that they made a mistake. There's some sort of secret comes out. Whatever this accusation is about, it seems like somebody is guilty of this. Like they've done something. It's not just an accusation. It seems like somebody might actually have participated in something. Oh, it's either at work or something that, like I said before, it affects your work. It could have been some sort of, my mouth wants to say felony, some sort of incident. This could have been a violent situation. I'm not sure, but I see something like this. I'm not sure what this is for everyone. What I really feel is somebody was maybe keeping a secret, and it caused some confusion. And I think that if this is not happening with you, this is concern. You might be having some concern for other people, some people that you care about. And this might be something that has you worried. You might be getting back into a hobby that maybe you've had to set aside. If you were planning on traveling, there could be some delays with that, especially because of money or because of somebody's legal obligations. That's what this looks like to me. Maybe you might feel like it's time to do some clothes shopping. I definitely feel like maybe, okay, so this random side note, you might be going to the doctor to possibly get medications or this sort of thing. Because it looks like you got some sort of pain in your body. I'm not sure what this is, Libra, so I'm just going to leave it there. Let's see. Spirit guides, what is the advice for the Libra Nation for the next 7 days? That's what this looks like. Somebody's trying to push your buttons. Somebody's trying to trigger you. It could be at work. It could be at a family setting, a family gathering. But I see somebody trying to trigger you in some sort of way by some information. Some of this information could be right, but some of this could be assumption, is what I'm saying. So again, something with an accusation. Somebody's accusing you of doing something that they already have decided you're guilty of. Is what this looks like. Spirit guides, what's going on with, and it seems like somebody could possibly be bailing themselves out of an incident or jail. If it's not happening with you, it could possibly be happening with family. But it does feel like there's, again, something legal that is hanging in the balance. The advice is your idea is divinely guided. Please take action to bring your idea into fruition. So maybe there are some ideas that maybe you haven't acted on. Maybe there's some ideas that you had to put on the back burner. But this is your confirmation that if there is, especially a professional endeavor that maybe you're wanting to dive into, they're saying this is a great idea. Some idea that you have, Libra or cross-watcher, especially if we're talking about a hobby or something that you enjoy doing, something could actually yield some positive results for you. This could level you up. Because it does seem like you're on the rise. Your career, there's a lot of growth ahead of you. Something is going to require you to feel a bit uncomfortable. Something might take you a bit out of your norm. But this seems like this is a good thing. This is a new level for you. It's going to demand more of you. Yeah, so maybe this does have something to do with your wardrobe. So I think maybe you're stepping it up a bit. Something good is coming out of this. The advice, get rid of clutter, clear the energy around you, and use feng shui. Clutter. This could be literal clutter, but I think for some of you, this is in the form of people. People that could be dimming your light intentionally or keeping you small. People that could have been in your life for a certain reason at one time, but now that maybe you've outgrown certain people and scenarios, I think you are clearing your space. I think there are certain people that you might be letting leave your life, or boundaries that you might be asserting might cause certain people to take a step back. It just seems like something about you is no longer the same, but this is a good thing. You're making some different choices that empower you, it seems like, Libra, a cross watcher, as a result of maybe some things that you've been through. I think above anything, right now, it seems like your spirit guides want you to heal from whatever this is that happened. So this clutter could have everything to do with your mental energy, where you're mentally spent thinking about certain things that are not really benefiting you. They're just kind of eating up a lot of your time. Like your thoughts are becoming vampiric. And what I mean by this is, as I mentioned to you before, they're consuming a lot of your time. They're not really benefiting you. They're not helping you heal. They're just keeping you in this cyclical ruminating pattern where you're just constantly thinking about resentment, the things that you are upset about. And spirit guides are saying this is actually turning into a chain. It's chaining you. It's chaining you to the past. It's stealing your joy. It's weighing you down. Not the person that wronged you, but it's affecting you. So spirit is saying, maybe look at that. With that, Libra and cross watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you, Libra Nation and cross watchers, for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out, Libra Nation. We're also going to talk about delicate topics. Keep that in the back of your mind as you listen, and let's begin. This is a general reading. I invite you to listen to this with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like to read based on your own personal energy, you can book me for a session on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscentionsTarot.com. And also book a session if you'd like to learn the beginnings, the basics of tarot. I am teaching a beginner class and then an intermediate class. The information will be in the link in the description, as well as on my website, which once again happens to be AngelicAscentionsTarot.com. Virgo, you're dealing with a Cancer and Aquarius. This could be your placements. This could be a combination, but this could be somebody that's coming in at Atlantis. Could be relevant for you. You also have Leo, the sun, that comes in. Maybe this has something to do with a child, your child that is your son, that could be relevant. Yeah. Earth and water. Earth would be you, Taurus, Virgo, Capricorn. You could be dealing with another earth sign, Virgo. Water, but definitely we got Cancer, Pisces, Scorpio. There's definitely something going on with health, which we're going to talk about. Got tension with somebody, possibly between you and a Scorpio. You're going at it. You're going back and forth with somebody. You're in a difficult, challenging relationship with someone. This seems to be Aries just popped on the scene. You do have some health issues. It seems like something going on with your digestion. You've been having some very painful lessons lately. Maybe the climate change is really affecting you in some sort of way. Definitely feel that there's a move for some of you, and the past seems to creep back up. It seems like you're super concerned about the past. You're overly fixated on the future. And yes, you're going to have individuals, particularly a Gemini, that might be coming back from the past. Sun, moon, or rising, by the way, this Gemini, or the signs that I've named off. The number 5 could represent something in your situation. Some of you are going through a separation. or you are currently separated from someone that you absolutely love. Maybe this is some of you going through the separation, and this is what's causing the relocation. I think you have the love of your life, Virgo or cross-watcher. I think that somebody fumbled it. I think somebody may have fumbled a divinely guided relationship for a karmic relationship. I think there is a desire to reconcile, but I think that somebody fumbled it. I think somebody may have fumbled a divinely guided relationship for a karmic relationship. I think there is a desire to reconcile, but I think that this is something that is up in the air. The reason being is I feel that there's been a misunderstanding somewhere. There's brick walls. Somebody you might be dealing with is a brick wall right now. Who became a member? I can't see this. Is that Sherry? Thank you so much, Sherry, for becoming a member. Yeah, somebody is a brick wall. I think that somebody would like to talk, but I think somebody doesn't know how to get you to bring that wall down in order to have like a productive conversation. But this is somebody that maybe feels like they don't have the patience. Yeah, it's rigid, complicated. That's somebody's wall that's up. Like it's complicated for someone to let go of the past. Because it seems like something, whatever is relevant to the past, it seems like it keeps happening. So somebody might not have a chance to completely heal from what happened in the past because something just keeps happening. Like somebody keeps hurting someone over and over again, is what this feels like. And it seems like somebody's kind of fixated on this. They're focused on it, on whatever happened in the past. Let's break this wide open and let's see what's going on with the Virgos. For some of you, this pertains to family. But for a lot of you, this has something to do with a romantic relationship. Some of you could possibly be going on a road trip. Maybe you're traveling a lot lately. Maybe you're going to a wedding. Maybe somebody you know is getting married. Or maybe there's somebody that you wish that you had married. But maybe this has something to do with somebody's lifestyle and choices, because it looks like somebody has a phobia of commitment. That's possibly why somebody's wall is up. Somebody is tired of being used and manipulated. Tired of somebody playing in their face and lying to them. I think there's still there's some romantic feelings here. I think that you might care for someone just as much as they care for you, but at the same time, you might feel like it's hard to tell if this person cares about you, because it might feel like they're hurting you every moment that they get. So yeah, somebody might feel, Virgo or cross watcher, that you're angry or they're angry. And it seems like somebody wants to dispel the anger. See this? If it's not clear, it does say pain. And it seems like it's like, again, somebody's tired of the pain of things. Tired of things being so complicated. When somebody feels like they don't really have to be as complicated. They're like, if you just make a decision and stick with that decision and be consistent, and they're saying that would eliminate the pain. That's possibly the problem. You love somebody unconditionally. So maybe somebody might feel like a doormat in the situation. Like they just keep letting somebody come back to keep doing the same thing, keep doing the same dirt, and trust and believe somebody knows exactly what they're doing. And then they're saying, you know what, we're going to be together again. Yeah, see, it seems like somebody takes your kindness for weakness, Aquarius or cross watcher. Aquarius. Virgo is somebody's love for you. The fact that somebody loves someone in the equation unconditionally, it makes somebody think that, like I said, they can just run amok and then come back. like nothing ever happened. But I think somebody does want unity in the situation. They may want to talk to you one-on-one. They may be talking to their ancestors, their guides about you. It just seems like somebody's not at ease mentally. There's a lot of things as far as memories and the like that are coming up about you. And maybe they thought a taste of freedom was good for them. They're like, yeah, you know what? I don't want to be committed to this person anyway. I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. So maybe you might feel like somebody hurts a lot of people and maybe they don't care how much pain they cause. But there's a reminder that we talked about. Something brings you back. Okay, this person, like I said, they're having reminders and memories of you, but somebody in this situation is having, especially through music. Somebody could possibly be a musician, or there's just music that is reminding you of them. And when they listen to these songs or this music, they're like, yeah, let's recapture the spark. I need to be with this person again. So there's some traveling that could be taking place, as I mentioned to you. And it looks like somebody doesn't want you to keep having these negative thoughts about them. So you had a very telepathic connection with somebody. They can feel it. They can feel that you're thinking about them negatively. Then it seems like, especially if we're talking about a third party, but not just for example, some of you, there's jealousy due to a third party. There's a third party where there might be a lot of jealousy and a lot of animosity, but it doesn't have to be just limited to a third party situation. Because this jealousy might have something to do with somebody else. Chances are something else, a completely different scenario, but it does exist in the background of your situation. If there is something such as an item that you lost, you could possibly be finding it this week. You could possibly be communicating with souls that have departed this week. Angels. This seems like there's something about you that's very spiritual. There's some things that you've been thinking about this week, Virgo. Maybe you haven't put action behind these thoughts, but this week something might kind of propel you to do so. Something might propel you to go ahead and decide, you know what, I'm going to build that bridge. I don't want this wall, this anger to continue to be, the focal point of the relationship. Yeah, this has something to do with parenthood. That's not clear. It does say parenthood. So maybe there's a kid that was smoking at a young age. Or maybe there's a parent that might kind of set their lifestyle aside to go and see about children. Even if your children are not minors, they're not little. But let's even say if your children are adults. Whatever the case is. Because we're talking about unconditional love. We could definitely be talking about the love of a child. Definitely the love of a woman. It does say that. Some of you read tarot. Or you're connected to someone who does. There's a possibility that someone might be getting readings done on you. Or that's what brings you to tarot. It's going to get clarity on your situation. What I will say is if you do read tarot, somebody might be focused on you, targeting you in some sort of way. Maybe a Sagittarius. There's a lot of protective energy around you, Virgo or cross-watcher, or maybe there's somebody that you're dealing with that is highly protected. Yeah, you're definitely reconciling with kids or the mother of your children, possibly. Yeah. Somebody put their foot in their mouth. And maybe somebody said some things that they knew you had forgiven about. And now they want to be around you, close to you, to make up for this foolishness. And maybe it wasn't foolishness in something that they said, but it might definitely be something in their actions. You might have an intuitive nudge about something that they're keeping secrets about. Maybe it's about a child, because it definitely feels like there's a pregnancy in this situation. And if it's not clear, it does say ego. And I think that that's what somebody is deciding that they need to set aside, because this does say protection, by the way, since we're talking about pregnancy. You don't want a pregnancy protection here. But we're also talking about spiritual protection. We did bring this up. Somebody might be protecting some information that they don't want you to know about. You have a lot of nosy people in your situation, Virgo or cross-watcher. Maybe it's your neighbors. Some people want to know the tea about what's happening with you, because it just seems like there's a lot of gossip surrounding your situation, Virgo or cross-watcher. There's some people that might be hyper-focused on what's going on with you. Maybe you're telling this to people, something is being put on display, such as social media. I'm not sure. What I do see, though, is that you're going through a spiritual awakening. You're highly enlightened, and something this week might bring you a little bit, like maybe causing you to scoot up a little bit closer to your creator, and bring you closer to your spiritual path. Maybe it has something to do with this soulmate. Maybe the soulmate was a part of this spiritual path. If there is a third party, I definitely see a third party being broken. What I also see in the background is a whole bunch of drama. Drama, but spiritual drama. And what I mean by spiritual drama is we're talking about spell work. We're talking about somebody doing breakup spells. Somebody causing a lot of heat. I hear heat damage. That's not what I'm trying to say, is it? Yeah, maybe I am. Yes, I am. Somebody's definitely lighting candles in your situation. So yes, this does say summon, if it's not clear. You can summon your angels, of course, because we did talk about protection, but your reading kind of gets dark right here, Virgo. Let's see, what is somebody summoning? I already know what this is, but let's look at this a minute. We're going to look at this. We are hardship. What is someone trying to cause through lighting these candles for some of you? Hardship, sorrow. Someone's trying to bring you financial ruin. Like somebody wants you to be a charity case. Like somebody wants you to beg. I don't know. Yeah, see? Like the magician and romance. Both in reverse, by the way. Somebody doesn't want you to have somebody doesn't want you and this person together. We talked about that. So it just seems like somebody is targeting you. They're trying to bring challenges in your situation through their magic. And it may not be one person. This might be several people. This might be a clique of individuals. Am I trying to... I don't know. I'm going to just let that go. That's somebody's story. It's meant to be someone's confirmation, but it is not everyone's story. So there could be some generosity that could be coming in, Virgo or cross-watcher. Someone could possibly be coming in to help you out with something financially, or you could possibly be helping someone out with something. Okay, if this is a business that you own, it seems like things may be picking up for you professionally. If this has something to do with a job, there might be an increase in your hours. It seems like there's something here where you might be able to make some more money, bring in some more funds to improve a financial situation. It just feels like there's somebody here that's watching you online, but also through spiritual means. We talked about the tarot. We talked about magic. There's some spying going on in this way. Like a monitoring spirit type of thing. I don't know. Somebody is just kind of obsessed in the background. But it seems like they don't want to be a background character. Like they want you to be focused and fixated on them. I don't know whose story this is. Yes, this would especially be the case if you aspire to do something online, and especially if you work in the spiritual community. Come on, let's talk about it. Somebody is focused on you, but not in a good way. Some people are some people are focused on you in a good way. Some people absolutely love and adore you, Virgo or cross-watcher. But there's someone, not that they matter, but Spirit is saying be aware of your surroundings. Somebody in the situation is hating on you, because I did say that at the beginning of the reading. There's jealousy in the background. Not that it matters, once again, let me repeat that. But again, so for your awareness sake, Spirit guides are saying, yeah. And your intuition would be right. This does say feeling, so maybe you have a feeling, and this is a snake. So there is a snake around you. Like I said, especially if you work in the spiritual community. You might be doing something with your education. Maybe you decided to go back to school. You might have a scholarly goal. You're thinking about a separation. You're thinking about someone that you're separated from, especially a child. Or as I mentioned to you, some of you are going through some uncertainty. You're uncertain about what the future holds because your situation might be changing so rapidly. You're like, what can I expect? What you can expect is truth. You're going to expect clarity. You're going to expect revelation of secrets coming out. Because trust and believe, for some of you Virgos or cross-watchers, there's some things that you know. You might know parts of a story. You might know parts of maybe what somebody wants you to know, but they might be alleviating certain, like leaving out certain facts intentionally, because they don't want you to know about every detail and crevice and person that they've been dealing with, and details of a situation that they've been creeping around in. They don't want you to know. Whatever this is with pain in your body, Virgo or cross-watcher, and you're not sure what the source of this pain is, if this is your story, give yourself some peace of mind and go check this out. Or you could possibly be advising someone of this. You got a pet? You guys this week are encouraging you to manage your stress, because it seems like your stress is through the roof. You are concerned about your family. Especially if this is someone you have a family with, it just seems like you're just not communicating well with this person, or not at all. And be mindful of your temper. There might be some things that might be happening this week as far as a misunderstanding that might have the potential to go a bit too far and turn into a legal situation. So be mindful of that. Be mindful of your temper in situations. Let me not paint the wrong picture. This isn't to say that anger can't be expressed in a healthy way, or that you need to hold back your anger. But Spirit is saying that you might want to hold your tongue in some situations. Practice some restraint in some situations, because it seems like something could possibly be said, and once the words have left someone's mouth, this does say pain, by the way, there's no way to kind of reel that back in and take it back. There's no way to walk that back, type of thing. So Spirit guides are saying be mindful of those type of situations. This whole thing about drinking and driving. When it gets difficult, because certain things I don't want to say, but I know that this is someone's confirmation, or Spirit is putting this on my heart for someone to hear it. So I'm going to say it. Drunk driving should not, that's not advisable ever, but I will say that I do see an accident in this situation. I don't necessarily see a fatality, but I do see where the police could get called. And this could cause somebody to have a pending court date, all because somebody didn't decide to maybe get a designated driver and not drive when they were under the influence. This is somebody's warning. It's not for everybody, but it's somebody's warning. Be mindful of your schedule, punctuality. It just seems like somebody's a stickler for time this week, is possibly your boss. And maybe this is where the uncertainty is. If that's not clear, it does say uncertainty. It might be about your job. Because this just seems like you're stressed out. And it has something to do with your transportation. Or maybe your ability to travel, to go and see people that you care about. But maybe you're not communicating to other people that it's your transportation, or it has something to do with a situation. I don't know. It just seems like somebody might not be being completely transparent about their situation. Maybe, and it's creating a whole bunch of uncertainty with family members about what might be going on. That's what I see. Holy Spirit, whatever this is about a pet too. Maybe you're spending time with a pet. It seems like you're also maybe thinking about someone that passed, someone that means a lot to you. Maybe that's what this king is about. So things might come up that cause you to think back to someone that passed. The advice, Holy Spirit, for the Virgo Nation, the cards are everywhere. And maybe this is what you feel about your mind. Your thoughts are everywhere. You might feel like you can't really seem to have a consistent thought. Like it doesn't stay on one thing. You're thinking about 10 different things at the same time. Virgo. I think you do want harmony with someone, because it seems like that's something that you're really focused on. And maybe this is something for some of you, in some instances, this is something the spirit is nudging you to do. Your guides are telling you this week they want you to trust the journey. They want you to remain open. There might be some unexpected changes that might be coming up in your situation. Whatever this is with your vehicle, your guides are talking to you about this again. There might be some parts that you might need to get for your vehicle. Maybe you're losing your keys, whatever the case. Your guides are telling you that it might be important to you in some sort of way. Whatever this is that's going on with your transportation. And yeah, your guides want you to be open. Yeah, keep your heart open. It definitely feels like something going on with your heart. Reading with a Leo, yeah, of course. Virgo and Leo usually show up in the reading together. You're moving. I did say that at the beginning, right? Wherever you're moving, it seems like maybe this isn't exactly what you had in mind or what you wanted or what you expected. But spirit guides are telling you whatever this is, as far as your needs, they're going to be met. There is a Libra. We talked about this Libra in the beginning. Maybe you're releasing burdens having to do with this Libra. You're releasing the past. You're getting clarity from possibly a Libra. Or you're letting go of somebody, something. You're trusting the path. And again, there's a lot going on in your dreams this week, so don't be weirded out by your dreams. It definitely feels like a passed on loved one is possibly trying to communicate with you in your dreams. You guys maybe want you to spend more time outdoors. Maybe it's time for a getaway. Maybe you're going on a staycation. I'm not sure. It just seems like your guys want you to get out of the four walls of your mind and possibly go someplace different to clear your mind. Yes, this week clarity comes in. And this week, it definitely feels like you're practicing your creativity. Your mind is vivid with a ton of ideas. It's flowing with a lot of different things. So yeah, it might help you put you in this mode of thinking where you're ready to plan your next move. You're getting out of this sadness, this woe is me type of mentality, and now you're getting into the planning phase of things to get the momentum of your situation going. Your guides are telling you that they want you to remain vigilant and receptive. Somebody that's in your energy, Virgo, we talked about it not too long ago, is a snake. And if this is hidden from you, where you don't kind of recognize who the snakes in the grass are, Spirit comes in this week to provide clarity to you, to let you know, and to give you a confirmation. Yeah, it's that person. Yeah, they're a snake in the grass. Yeah, this is somebody that you're trusting a bit too much is going to reveal themselves. Virgo Nation and Cross Watchers, this is your reading. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week, Virgo Nation and Cross Watchers. Yeah, Leo, this is a general reading. Not everything mentioned in this reading is going to be an exact match to something that might be going on. Listen to this always with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like a read based on your own personal energy, you can book on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. currently I am also offering tarot classes, beginner tarot classes. If you'd like to get in on that, the information would be in the description and as well on my website. These classes begin on the 22nd of January. We're going to always talk about delicate topics, Leo. We always do. Consider that a trigger warning. Let's dive in. Let's see what might be playing out for Leo Nation for the next 7 days. So that might be going on with your nervous system. You're anxious. It might be kind of hard for you to catch your breath and breathe. You got shortness of breath possibly. Something might be going on with your adrenaline. I'm not sure. Thoughts look like they're spiraling. And spirit guides are telling you, especially if this is a habit. Spirit guides are saying interrupt the pattern, whatever this is. It just feels like there's something in your thinking this week. Let's see what this is. Spirit guides are telling you that I don't know if you're hyperventilating, you have anxiety. It just seems like you might be thinking something like at the worst time where it's not helping you to stay in that type of state of mind. So this is, again, spirit guides saying set the tone. The way that you're thinking about things kind of sets the tone for you this week. So they're telling you if you're like in a useless state of mind, or you know that this state of mind isn't helping you, they're telling you break the pattern. Separate yourself from it so that you can think productively. Because it looks like there's a problem that you're needing to resolve this week. And you have a lot of uncertainty about it, and this panic kind of thought isn't helping you. You know what I mean? Whatever this is about this uncertainty this week is going to be lifted. Let me let you know that. The solution is going to be revealed to you. But whatever this is with your habit of thought, it seems like it brings you in this loop. It triggers you. So if there's a habit this week that you're trying to overcome and change, Spirit would say is that. Now, whatever this is where you're not speaking to somebody, but you're thinking about them, you might have a whole bunch of things that you're thinking about that maybe you want to say to somebody. But due to the fact that you have a history of there being a power struggle between the two of you, it seems like you might view someone as controlling. You might question somebody's integrity. You might question whether or not they have an agenda. Point is, it looks like somebody has resentment towards someone, somebody that you might view as negative, and so maybe you're not wanting to be around this person, but at the same time you do want to be around them. I don't know, I can't make that make sense. You're thinking about them, so that might kind of prompt you to want to be around them, but you don't want to be around them because you don't get along with them, but that doesn't mean you don't love them, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, you want somebody, or this is somebody wanting to be like, they want that confirmation from you. They're like, do you want me or not? Because I think maybe somebody wants you to choose them and they feel like you haven't. So this might be where the resentment is coming from. And we're not necessarily just limiting this to a romantic relationship. Let's talk about it. Let's get into it. This might have something to do with your relationship with children. Maybe there's a child that may have felt unwanted, and maybe they just want to hear those words, I want you, I love you, I need you in my life type of thing. Somebody's craving you. You're in their thoughts. Leo. It just seems like somebody kind of like went MIA. They made their exit from your life or from the situation. They did so quietly. And so maybe it's causing you to wonder. Maybe you think you know, and maybe this is why you might feel that you're spiraling. Maybe you only know bits and pieces as to why, like the why of a situation. Maybe you don't really know everything. Maybe this person has been deceitful to you in some sort of way. Maybe they're not giving you all the information that you need to kind of figure this out. Somebody might want to come and speak to you. Maybe they want to go on your turf, your territory, and maybe they feel like that's absolutely forbidden. I will tell you that somebody in this situation has a strong spirit of lust. Is that why you have resentment toward them? Because they cheated? And maybe it's not just towards one person. Maybe we're talking about maybe a few people. Maybe you feel like the relationships that you had, People that cheated on you. I don't know. But who's coming up in this situation is King of Cups, Pisces, Cancer, or Scorpio. Maybe this is a soulmate of yours. This soulmate, Leo, they came to teach you. They came to teach you a very difficult lesson. And maybe this has something to do with your conversations with yourself. Are you telling yourself things that are self-affirming? Things that tell you that you want to spend time with you, you want to be around you, you're accepting of yourself? It seems like that's what it came to teach you in a nutshell, self-love. Maybe this is something that you're coming across. Maybe you're stumbling now upon the lesson. Maybe this is why you let somebody go. Maybe this person was a bit of an energy vamp, and maybe you felt like you decided that it was time to clear that negative energy. What this is with this negative energy, your guides are telling you it's keeping you stuck. It's triggering you. So this week, as with any week, your guides are advising you to clear it in order to make some space for a positive flow in your life. Dealing with a Scorpio. There's a Scorpio in the background. Emotionally dependent upon someone. Maybe there's somebody that might be afraid to let somebody go because of fear. They don't want to be alone. Let's see, what is this going on? Somebody's pushing a whole bunch of people away. That's because of their pride, their ego. And maybe because of their pride and ego, it makes it very difficult for you to forgive them. Like it's a struggle for you. Either that or it's just kind of hard for you to get over your past. You have someone coming to you. For some of you, for some of you, this is a new person. Someone new may enter your life. But for some of you, this seems like this is someone that comes back in. There could be a reconciliation. And maybe you're upset with this person. Maybe it's a family member. For some of you, maybe this is somebody that you work with. Maybe you can't stand them. There's a lot of hierarchy and cliques and office politics at your job that you just can't stand. And maybe you might be coming face to face with this person. Your money's looking pretty good. Or it's about to anyway. Yeah. Somebody wants to knock you off your throne. Somebody is very watchful of you at work. This is your boss. It seems like they're trying to see what the heck you're doing. So what are you doing anything, Leo? Maybe they're just a micromanaging boss. Maybe there's not something crazy that you're doing at work. Maybe it's not. Somebody getting on you about your attire at work. I don't know. It seems like there's some uncertainty either about your job or about some people on your job. If you happen to be dating somebody on your job, maybe advances to somebody on your job, I don't know. I can't tell you how to live your life, but I will say that this might gather a ton of eyeballs. This might grab a lot of attention. If you're dealing with somebody on the job, maybe it's your boss, maybe it's not you. But I see a lot of gossip in the background. Maybe somebody's name is Dora. Give me 1 second. See, there's some insecurity in this situation. Yes. Somebody does want to hear those words. They want to hear that you want them. I don't know what the... Okay. If this is your partner, they feel like you're out there with everybody. And they want to know that maybe you want them and not everybody else. That's what that looks like to me. Random side note, somebody might have food allergies. What am I trying to say? This is Leo. Maybe you don't realize that you have like an adverse reaction to certain things that you're eating. Maybe getting like some heartburn, indigestion, something. Yeah, back to this relationship. This whole thing with resentment, yeah. somebody that you have resentment towards, possibly this King of Cups, or this Aries, Leo, Sag, it's water sign, Pisces, Cancer, Scorpio. That's possibly who you're reuniting with. Okay, there's a reunion here, especially if you kind of shut somebody out of your life. This Earth sign, Taurus, Virgo, or Capricorn. Somebody definitely feels the sting of that. A lot of this has something to do with your workplace, you know. There's a lot of curiosity here. There's a ton of greed. But on a positive note, it seems like there's people at work that are taking notice. Especially, like I said, you got somebody that's watching you at work. And maybe this is you. Maybe you want to feel like the job wants you. Like you want to feel like an asset to the company. You don't want to feel like, you know what I mean? You want to feel like it seems like you're really stomping out the competition without really trying to be competitive. It seems like you're every bit of a team player, and it definitely feels like some people are watching you for that reason. Some people are watching you for good reasons, and you got some bad apples at the job. I said all that to say this. I think you got some recognition coming your way. I think you're about to receive your flowers, and this is in the form of accolades, praise, maybe even a promotion. Maybe. Because it definitely feels like people are looking at you, at your job, in a very positive light. Most of them anyway, the ones that matter. They see you as someone that brings good things, brings some positivity, some flow to the situation. Then I see somebody in the background that may want to check in with you. I also see someone in the background that resents what you have, especially if this has something to do with your position at work. They feel like you don't deserve this. So they're going to try to belittle your successes. They're going to try to upstage you or make themselves look better. I don't know. Some weird theatrics in the background, okay, is what I see at work for some of you Leos. There's one of them that wants to get you fired, or they want to ruin your reputation in some sort of way. They want to rain on your parade because, again, there's some good things that are playing out for you at work. Or you are possibly seeing this happen for someone. What's going on with your sleep? It seems like you're not getting enough sleep. You're not getting quality sleep. It just seems like there's a lot on your mind. Seems like you might be struggling through some things at work. Or some of you, yeah, I see you getting some sort of recognition, but for others of you, I feel like I see a job loss. Or some of you might be tempted to walk out on this job. And like I said, it might be because of the cliques and the office politics and the shenanigans that are going on in the background. There's a whole bunch of gossip. Your workplace seems very messy. If it's not your workplace, then this might be your family life. I don't know. The people that you're surrounded by. Chances are, because the reading can be reversed, you might be amongst the messy people. Again, it's not a criticism, it's an observation. It's just something that I'm seeing in the reading. Whatever this is about your vehicle, the kitty confirms it. There's something about your vehicle situation. This is either somebody can't seem to keep up with the payments on their car, or somebody can't seem to maybe afford the repairs on a vehicle. There's some money that comes in, okay? Or this is somebody giving you a helping hand to get something going for you as far as your transportation is concerned. Maybe you might be getting an Uber, you're taking some public. There's an alternative here. Whatever this is with your transportation, you might possibly be looking into an alternative, or somebody might be helping you with something. Somebody might not have high hopes for how a situation is going to play out. So they might kind of stay silent. They might kind of keep their pride front and center in the situation rather than talk to you. But it seems like there might eventually be an apology. The thing is, for some of you, you blocked somebody. Either you blocked them, you unfriended them, you're not returning their call. They feel like you're inaccessible. But like I said, they feel like your turf is forbidden. Your domain, like they can't go where you are. You're not invited, this sort of thing. And trust me, somebody's butthurt about that. There's a separation. There's somebody within this separation that does not want this separation. They don't know how to get you to forgive them and get out of this maybe negative state of mind about them. It's like they don't know how. And that could possibly be why there's no contact, or this person isn't making an attempt to say how they feel. But I think there were some good times. And I think that there's somebody that misses those good times and they want to feel that way again. And there was just something about you, something that was just very unique and very special about this connection, or just about you, about your presence in their life that they miss. So just because they're not talking to you, or they're not telling you that you are the person that they've chosen, they feel like the feeling isn't mutual. Too much damage has been done. And somebody is at a distance from you. Distance, there could be some long distance traveling here, so you could possibly be traveling to see your siblings, your family. Or this is somebody deciding, okay, let me bridge the gap. Let me let go and make the first step. So somebody might decide that they're going to they're going to break the ice in the situation. Did I mention that you're maybe relocating? Maybe you're possibly planning on going someplace distant. I think you got some progress coming up, and I think that might be what you're not seeing, because at the beginning of the I want to say in the beginning of the relationship you were spiraling, but maybe not. What I meant to say is at the beginning of this reading, it started off with you spiraling. Whatever this is that you were thinking about, you were panicked about it, you were emotional about it, like overly emotional to the point that you couldn't really think clearly. And it seems like you're ending off the reading feeling a bit more calm about things. So I said that to say this. You might start off with a little bit of a rough, rocky week emotionally, or you're coming out of the previous week maybe feeling this way. But there's some solutions to this. There's some sort of resolution that may end up coming out of this at the conclusion of things, at the conclusion of the next 7 days, or maybe sometime within the conclusion of January. Maybe as we go into Pisces season. No, I'm trying to say, yeah, I guess maybe at the conclusion of Pisces season, but what I was really trying to say is Aquarius. The end of January is Aquarius. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Leo nation for the next 7 days. Leo, you're not perfect, and it's okay. There is absolutely nothing wrong with that. And Spirit is saying, if this is you, Leo, holding yourself to a standard of perfection, they're saying stop. They're saying, Leo, perfection doesn't exist. Embrace your flaws and accept other people for theirs too, because everybody has their shortcomings. They're saying this is the key to growth, is understanding that we're human. We're going to make mistakes, including you. So forgive yourself. You're clearing some karma. Especially if we're talking about karmic ties to people that no longer are a part of this journey and that are not a part of this growth any longer. You're breaking the chains to that. People that are stunting your growth, people that are, again, no longer a part of your journey. You guys are saying, know when to let things end, Leah. Somebody might need to face the consequences of something. Somebody might need to stand in their truth. It just seems like somebody might have some fear about this. You guys are saying, in spite of your fear, have the ability to move forward despite that fear. Every person that you met was meant to show you something about yourself. The good and the bad. They're saying learn what these relationships were meant to mirror back to you. This has everything, once again, to do with karmic people, karmic relationships, karmic lessons attached to these people. You got some opportunities that are coming through. There's some new paths that are coming in. Whatever this is that you have the potential to do, Spirit is putting this right in front of you. Because, again, it feels like you're underestimating your potential for something. Spirit is saying, go for it. Your persistence matters in this situation. You've been putting in a lot of effort for something. Maybe you felt like it has gone unnoticed. But your guides are trying to let you know success is just around the corner for you. Maybe somebody's name is Heather. Someone's name could possibly be Hope. I think your guides are trying to help you build on your finances. There's something that really means a lot to you. Maybe you sing. Maybe this is your joy. But it's like your spirit guides are saying they know exactly what you truly want, and they're coming in to bless you with this. They're telling you got to trust the path, though, because you're not going to always know the twists and the turns before they come. But they're telling you trust. This is an intuitive lesson. You're going to be seeking direction, asking you shall receive, okay? Is what they're telling you. Whatever it is that you need to know, answers are going to be revealed to you this week. But they're also letting you know that as you are on the receptive end of some good things coming in, some information coming in, they're letting you know that you've also got to open up your hand and release certain things too. Burdens. We're not just talking about people. We're talking about the past. We're talking about it's letting things go, letting things end, because spirit guides are saying, you know, all endings are not just endings. Sometimes it prepares you for a renewal. Maybe you're renewing your lease, but this is something that's on the, or your tags or whatever. Something might be up for renewal. Is your driver's license? With that, Leo Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you, Leos and Cross Watchers, for tuning in. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. And I'll see y'all in the next one. This is a general reading. Not everything mentioned here may be an exact match. Take in what resonates, disregard what is obviously not your message, but always listen with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. And if you'd like a read based on your own personal energy, I do offer personals, and my website happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Besides offering personal readings, I am also offering beginner tarot classes. And you can book that as well on my website. We're always going to talk about delicate topics. Keep that in the back of your mind as you listen, Cancers, and let's dive in. Let's see what is going on for the next 7 days. There is a Scorpio that's either in your energy or could possibly be orbiting your energy or entering your life. Here's your opportunity to speak the truth. There's a Pisces. I definitely feel like you're on your way to enlightenment. Maybe this is the next level of enlightenment. Are you not speaking to somebody? Because it kind of feels that way. There might be somebody that you're avoiding, possibly due to a misunderstanding and possibly due to some information that's been revealed to you. I think somebody might be wondering or thinking about closure with you, Cancer or Cross Watcher, because it looks like somebody might want to come together with you. It just seems like it's either this person or somebody that they're connected to. If you feel like somebody has bad intentions, or you can't really seem to wrap your head around trusting somebody, that maybe either this person, like that's the energy that they bring, or this is somebody that they associate with. So maybe you feel like they associate with God. I don't know who this person is connected to, type of thing. Let's see. You got a lot of changes coming up. Good. Okay. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in a second. Because there's a lot of personal, but there's a lot going on with you personally. Not just with the relationships or some things that are happening externally from you. It seems like there's a lot of growth going on within you. Like you're really focused on something. But as you're kind of focusing on something, This week is very cathartic for you. It's going to be very emotional. It's going to have you possibly focus on some things that are kind of painful for you. Painful memories. Things that kind of dredge up the past and kind of trigger you and cause you to feel emotional. This can be a good thing though. It doesn't have to be necessarily all bad, because, you know, as you kind of heal from things, you might have to kind of sit with those emotions or feel those feelings in order to process how you genuinely feel deep down inside. Even if you weren't mad about it maybe a week ago, maybe now you're realizing, okay, yeah, I got some anger in my body. I need to work through this. Yeah, you're feeling particularly betrayed by someone, and I think you're fed up and tired of it. I feel like there's a relationship that's struggling in your life, Cancer or cross watcher. Yeah, so maybe you kind of shut down all communication with somebody. You're playing the silent game. You might want to say something, and possibly they might want to say something to you. What's really going on here? They're not going to... This is due to a disagreement. Somebody may not feel the same way that you feel about something. Maybe you wish that they would. You wish that they would understand. Because maybe you feel like that could be a starting point on maybe bridging the gap between you and somebody. Seems like Spirit might step in to help you with this, okay? Because I promise you, somebody wants a second chance with you. They want to reconcile with you, but they might not feel like this is possible because of the crap that they put you through. This might be why you're questioning someone's intentions towards you or towards somebody around you. Your guard is all the way up. Not because someone's trying to be difficult. Cancer or cross watcher. For some of you, it's because somebody has standards and they're not going to tolerate the things that have been going on. Somebody talks to you crazy. Maybe you feel like they do, or maybe they feel this way towards you. Yeah, they might feel like your word is your betrayal. Like the things that you say to them are insulting and you put them down. So for now, for the sake of their mental health, they're like, I'm going to block you. I'm not going to talk to you for the sake of my healing. Because it looks like somebody says some things, painful stuff, insulting things that may end up pushing somebody away. To pour salt on the wound, to add insult to injury, this feels like somebody they don't just do this, but they do it in front of other people. They said some very hurtful things to you in front of other people. Like you've been the butt of their joke in front of other people. And I think somebody's fed up and tired of it and they're really hurt. And maybe you feel like your past wounds need healing right around this time. So this might be why somebody has shut down communication. The other person might be viewing you or whomever you are in the equation, whether you're a cross watcher, you're the person that's actively going through this, or you're the observer of the situation. The point that I'm trying to make is somebody is looking at this as if somebody is emotionally overreacting, like, oh, you're being kind of sensitive about this, that type of thing. It's like somebody is minimizing how hurt somebody really feels, or how betrayed somebody really feels. Somebody might not understand, because it seems like lately this is all somebody can think about. Yeah, so this is why they're like, you know what, F that. This needs to come to an end. There's a Gemini that just came on the scene, as well as a Capricorn, Sun, Moon, or Rising, possibly Venus. For some of you, this takes place between you and a family member, particularly you and a mom, you and a co-parenting situation. Maybe you and a co-parenting partner just don't get along, or you just haven't been getting along lately. Maybe you have a different ideal on how to raise children than they do. Somebody writing you a message. Maybe somebody could possibly be a songwriter. You might be doing a lot of brainstorming this week. Random side note. You block somebody, they feel blocked. They do. Yeah. Somebody might want to come back home, Cancer or cross watcher. You could possibly be returning to your hometown. You might be, maybe you haven't seen family in a minute, or you haven't been in your hometown for a minute. Who is, dominating your reading is earth signs. You're going back home, or you're going back to your hometown. There's somebody that I think you're going to run into. somebody that you're separated from. Maybe you run in the same circles with this person. I'm not sure. You're in the same community, the same town. You might run into this person. This person with an addiction. You might view them as addicted. Or maybe that's just the facts. That's what that's something that they struggle with, is addiction. And maybe it's a child, or this is a child looking at a parent in this way. Anyway, yeah. It's your dad. I was mentioning to you, a co-parenting partner, a family member. Somebody may have the intention that they might not be a family member. This could be someone that you date, they have children, or they could be a father figure to you. Okay, you get what I mean. I'm over explaining. The point is, somebody might pop up again. Pop up in your thoughts, pop up in your life. Somebody, like I said, they might have an issue controlling their temper. Or maybe this is your past history with somebody, right? There's been a lot of friction. There's that. Yes? Because I mentioned to you, someone would like to reconcile. There's a lot of unsaid words. There's walls that are up. There might be a moment of freedom for you to maybe get something off of your chest that maybe you want to say. Or maybe this is a child maybe wanting to tell a parent how they genuinely feel without them going off, without there being so much judgment, or without a parent maybe shaming them, putting them on display, embarrassing them in front of other people. You know what I mean? There's that, like I mentioned to you. Others of you, I mentioned you could be meeting someone new. Because there could be someone new approaching you. But there is no doubt a past person that wants to approach you. They want to come and clear the air with you. Whatever this is going on with your vehicle, Cancer or cross watcher. Something might kind of prompt you to feel like you got to put some money into this vehicle. You might have to spend some money on your car, on some repairs. That's what this looks like. Some old issues might kind of pop up again. There's something going on with courts. Some of you might be on trial. Maybe some of you might feel like you're on trial. You might feel like you're on the stand, like someone is constantly grilling you and asking you a ton of questions type of thing. I think, though, for some of you, you actually do have a legal situation that maybe you're facing. Maybe you're feeling a bit nervous about it. Maybe you feel like you don't have the funds to be able to kind of see yourself from A to B through a legal situation. You're like, I don't have the money for this. This is happening at the worst time type of situation. I do feel like there is a legal situation that you might have to face. And I do feel like there's some money that might come in where you're able to gather the funds that you need to get something done, where you're just worried out of your mind at the beginning of the week about how something is going to get done. It seems like something ends up working out for you. But you've got to be able to think your way through the problem to get to the solution. And that's what I was saying we were going to come back to, because I mentioned to you, I see a lot of personal growth above anything in your reading. Your guides are encouraging you to adopt some new behaviors, some new patterns, to help you get to this lasting transformation. There's something that you obviously want to change about yourself because it's frustrating to you. So I think you're shifting yourself from the problem to the possibilities to bring this lasting change around. I think also what Spirit is trying to get you to see is that you might have a polar opposite perspective of how something happened. Spirit wants to put you in the mindset, Cancer, that people process things differently. They process information differently. They may have, again, from their perspective, they had a completely different experience. Even, you know what I mean? Even if both of you were there at the same time, you both had this interaction. Again, people, especially according to their trauma, may process information differently. So it seems like Spirit is trying to get you to bridge some communication gaps with somebody. Maybe. It may not be possible in all situations, but I think for some of you, something could possibly be salvaged. That's for some of you, maybe not for all of you. You got a contract coming in. There might be somebody that wants to collaborate with you, work with you, especially for the same goal. Okay, so you could be signing on the dotted line for something. Some of you could be negotiating a profitable deal with somebody. Maybe this is with court. Maybe you're, what am I trying to say? You're coming up with an agreement. You're making an amicable plan to move forward. There might be something regarding court that could possibly be resolved. Maybe outside of court. There's something that is happening in your life that is happening for a higher plan. You may not recognize it at first because, again, it seems like you're stressed out because of something. But maybe something happened that seems to kind of put you out of place. Like, you're like, that's not the direction I was trying to go in. I was trying to do this. And Spirit is trying to say, no, you were. But that's not the direction that we're taking you. We're taking you over here, Cancer. So your guides are saying some of this is, everything is divinely orchestrated, yes? But your guides are telling you, trust the higher plan. That's all happening for a reason. Your higher self is trying to give you some sort of assistance, like we talked about. Personal growth here. Your higher self is watching over you. Is trying to give you some insights. So this is your ancestors inviting you to lean in to hear that insight. Because you're not separate from the solution. They've been trying to give you messages this whole entire time. It just seems like they're kind of too distracted. Again, not a criticism, but kind of too distracted by the situations that are going on in your life to really genuinely hear their messages. With that, Cancer Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast for Angelic Ascensions. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week, Cancer Nation and Cross Watchers. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace, Cancer Nation. This is a general reading. Here's the Cancer, your Gemini Cancer, because possibly. This means that not everything that is mentioned in this reading may be a glaring fact in your situation. Some of these things may actually be playing out and some of them may not be. Some of these things that are happening, you might write it off as something that doesn't resonate. But it might just be that it hasn't had a chance to occur. Please listen to this reading with an open mind. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like a read based on your own personal energy, I do offer personal readings. My website is AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. This is where you can book your session. Speaking of booking a session, if you'd like to get in on my beginners tarot classes, there will be beginner, intermediate, and master level, but I am starting at the beginner classes. They begin on the 22nd of January. If you'd like to get in, book your space on my website. Book your space in the class on my website. Again, AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. We're always going to go over delicate topics. Gemini, take it as a trigger warning. Well, let's dive in. Let's see what might be playing out for the Gemini Nation over the next 7 days. We already mentioned the Cancer. Cancer just popped on the scene, yes? What also came on the scene is your mind. It seems like you're riddled with a lot of thoughts. Like your mind is just constantly pacing. It's difficult to kind of relax. Maybe you're kind of isolating yourself to your room. Maybe you just need some time to think and get some things off of your mind. Some of you are parents. If you're not, you might be playing the role as parent to some children in your life. It seems like you feel blindsided and betrayed by something. It may have something to do with this King of Wands, this Aries, Leo, or Sagittarius. Something going on with your transportation. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it's somebody else's. Maybe somebody might be in a kind of stranded when it comes to their vehicle. Maybe they can't get someplace on time, or maybe this is possibly what might be keeping someone from getting to you. Is that what's going on in your situation? Spirit, show me Gemini. You feel betrayed. You were down for a minute. You're still hurt, but it seems like you're coming back to starting to feel like yourself again. It doesn't mean that you're not drifting off and thinking about somebody, because it does feel like you are. Unless chances are this is them thinking about you, because I definitely feel like somebody is constantly in their head about this whole situation. I think somebody feels like you're done tolerating their ish, because you're tired of being backstabbed and betrayed and hurt. Somebody's story. Whoever this is that you're dealing with, they're sneaky. I don't think that comes as a surprise to you. I think you know that this person is sneaky, Gemini. Or it could be vice versa. The reading could be reversed. They could be looking at you as the sneaky one. Somebody feels like there's a lot of gossip in the situation, a lot of rumors. And I think the rumors are circulating. It just seems like the rumor bell is chirping, and now this information is maybe starting to get back to you about some things that someone has said, whether it is your specific person or this is somebody else. The person that we're talking about that's orbiting your energy, Gemini, is confusing. They don't want to commit. They don't want to be in a committed relationship. They're not even sure if that's what they want. But they know that they want another chance with you. And I am sorry, I don't know how to make that make sense. But that seems like that's their mindset. Maybe they're not saying it. Chances are they're stalking you, though. Whatever's going on your social media, they're the first ones to click. You post something, their eyes are glued to the screen. They're trying to figure some stuff out on you. For some of you, that's the case. For others of you, you got a weirdo in the background. They're trying to dig up dirt on you. I don't know why. We're going to possibly get to that. If it's relevant, if Spirit brings it up and they give me some more context to it, we'll talk about it some more. Somebody is saying, okay, you know what, I made a decision. I know who I want to be with, type of thing. I don't know if I trust this Gemini. Everybody's situation is going to be different, but I'm not sure about this person. They're saying they made a decision, but at the same time, they're not sure if they want to be committed. I don't know. But I definitely feel like there's some drama between the two of you. I think somebody's having a very hard time with moving on, and they may have ended whatever they had going on, and I think that they're missing you. I still think that they're up to their own ways. Meaning the monogamy is not their thing. And this is the reason that you let them go. But I think somebody might be waiting for you to return, because they might feel like that's how this always goes. You're always the one to break the ice. You're always the one to come back. So they're like, you know what? I'm going to just sit right here and I'm waiting for Gemini to come back. Because that seems like that's, again, something that they're waiting for. But I think you have other plans, Gemini. It just seems like you're not really focused on it. You are focused on the situation, but you're focused on bettering yourself and maybe kind of turning away from the situation, because what's going on in your head? Let's look a little closer, Gemini. Yeah, maybe you or someone, they're based on appearances. Maybe you feel like this is somebody that's constantly wanting to keep up with the Joneses, or trying to give off this appearance that they have plenty but they don't. Somebody might hide behind material things, maybe. And I think you did leave. You saw them with somebody else, so you're like, you know what, F that. I don't have time for that. So you're focused on other things. Doesn't mean you're not hurt, because it does look like you want justice in the situation. There's a Scorpio, and now an Aquarius, as well as a Pisces. So somebody working in the tech department. Maybe somebody's, what am I trying to say? Computer savvy, tech savvy. Somebody's coming back. This is a sibling relationship. Some of you could possibly be going on some short distance traveling. Maybe you're going someplace rural. And maybe some of you are going to the beach. Maybe you feel called to the water. You're always this much of a homebody, Gemini. But it seems like you're staying inside, maybe even a kid. Maybe it's because of the weather. I don't know. Maybe the weather might get a bit clearer. Maybe you might be thinking about going outside to clear your mind on a clear day. What you're worried about is your finances. Because it seems like you want to get your financial situation straight. And I think you're on the way to doing that. Whatever you're doing, it seems like Spirit is saying, keep going. You're worried about it. You're feeling like something isn't working or the money isn't coming in fast enough. But you're going to be able to reach your goal in a reasonable amount of time. You do have someone returning. Somebody is hurt. They're disappointed at how things played out, especially if emphasis on the word if you are in a third-party situation. If you are not, disregard. I may not be talking about you. Please do not assume that you're in a third party if you're not. The third party situation may have something to do with friends. Maybe there's a friend here that maybe you have a tight circle of friends, but maybe there's one or two in particular that you're like, I don't know if I can trust these people. Or maybe there's somebody that's around your family, a family member. There might be a child, or it doesn't have to be that it's a child, but there could be somebody that maybe you feel is a bit impressionable, maybe a bit naive. Maybe you don't recognize, or they don't recognize someone that is questionable amongst the fold, amongst your family. Maybe you're trying to give a warning to them. Maybe you feel like they're turning a blind eye to your warning. This feels like this has something to do with a mother's intuition. Maybe you're very concerned about your child because it's something that you're seeing that maybe they don't see. Or something that you want them to take seriously, but maybe, again, they don't quite get where you're coming from. They feel like maybe you're trying to impose your thoughts upon them rather than seeing the truth of the situation, which they will in the end anyway. Somebody has an addiction, in particular a drinking. They tussle with drinking. It seems like this is a struggle of theirs. Random side note, there might be a lot of birds around you. You might be noticing that. Like the afterlife is trying to send you a particular message because they are. You might be telepathically connected to this person. This person may very likely come back and try to rescue the situation because and what I mean by that is try to rescue the relationship because it looks like it's on life support right now. And they don't want this to end. They might have too much pride to tell you that they don't want to end it, but really and truthfully, that's how they're feeling. And you might kind of come face to face with this person. You might see them again, either on your feed, on social media, or maybe in person. And maybe they're a bit poker faced about it. Maybe they don't want you to know that they want you back, but they do. Their conscience is telling them to tell you that that's how they feel, but maybe they're not very obedient to their conscience these days. Given the benefit of the doubt to this person. Oh, you haven't forgotten. You haven't forgotten the things that they put you through. I think you think about this a lot, or maybe lately you have. Yeah, I think you are letting go. I think you are. I think you don't feel appreciated, or somebody in the situation does not, especially a fire sign, Aries, Leo, or Sag. This is why they don't want to. They're not sure if they want a relationship. Because this is somebody that's here, there, and everywhere with a whole bunch of people having a ton of one-night stands. Somebody has a lustful spirit on them. Gemini, I'm fighting not to call you Leo. Some of you might be dealing with a Leo, or you have this in your natal chart. Yeah, maybe it's definitely a loyalty issue for you. Maybe you might be inclined to listen to this person, but whatever happens after that is just going to be entirely up to you. It's going to be up to you to decide if you want to hear them out or not. But I think somebody would like to work things out with you, especially a Leo, or someone would like to work something out with a child. Whatever this is with social media, I don't know, it just seems like you're glued to your phone. And it might become a really big distraction at the most inopportune time, such as when you're at work or possibly when you're supposed to be working. You might be kind of distracted. And be careful because it looks like your boss might be kind of like sneaking up on you. If it's not your boss, then somebody might feel like they run you, Gemini. They might think that they're your boss. It's a Capricorn that's in this reading as well. Did I say that? I already said that, I believe. Somebody's dealing with a ton of karma for hurting you, Gemini. That might also be why they feel inclined to kind of figure this out with you. Try to clear this karmic debt. Come on, yes, you are on social media. You're the professional binge watcher. But really and truthfully, did I say that yet? There was somebody in the background that envies you. They watch everything that you do. Or like I was saying, if there's something that you're posting, trust and believe they are the first ones to click. Somebody is obsessed with whatever this is that you're doing, Gemini. It could be reversed. You could be the obsessed one. Envious, though. Some people love what you're doing. But you got somebody here that can't stand you for that reason. You might be oversleeping or late for stuff. If you're not punctual, again, not a criticism, it's an observation. You may have been communicating with someone, they ghosted you all of a sudden. Maybe you feel like you're used to this disappearing act thing that they do. You might be getting some things delivered to your home. You might be doing a lot of online shopping. And yeah, you might be texting something kind of quick and kind of hitting send kind of quickly as well, and kind of regret the fact that you didn't go over that email or that text message before you clicked send, because it looks like autocorrect might be doing you kind of dirty. You might kind of like change your words, and you know, you didn't have any intention of typing that message or saying what that message said, but autocorrect thought you meant something else, and now that message is gone. So you might have a moment like that. Random side note. With regard to your money, there might be some money that might be kind of sprinkled into your account. Maybe you weren't expecting to receive some money, but it might be coming your way. For some of you, this would be especially the case if you own your own business. There might be a hiccup when it comes to traction to your business. Things might be selling a bit more, and maybe this is you deciding to work some more overtime. Yeah, there's some people at your job that are competitive, and maybe they make the work environment kind of sour, a bit toxic. This money might come in handy because it looks like there's something that you want to get, and it might be a new car for the new year. Maybe you're working on some things. Maybe you're working on repairing your credit, or you're trying to figure out how to get some passive income coming in so you don't have to work your fingers to the bone to make ends meet. Some of you, be mindful about spending this money before you get it, because for some of you, not all of you, please do not panic when I say this, but for some of you, I see a job being somebody's terminated. Somebody might be like fired. And who might be trying to get you fired is this person in the background that might be envious of you. I don't know. You work with somebody strange, Gemini. And maybe if this isn't just one person, you know. Some messy, catty individuals. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Gemini nation. Try not to call you Cancer. So some of you, like I mentioned to you, Gemini, Cancer nation. You get a Gemini in your energy. You're on the right track. Something that you're doing, you're working on, Gemini, or cross-country with your guides, you're moving in the right direction. This is the right thing. Keep going. And maybe this might entail you starting from ground zero, starting completely over, starting from scratch. For some of you, this is a relationship, or this is just period in life. You're leaving somebody. because they can't be serious. They can't be monogamous. They keep playing in your face. So you're like, you know what? Time to start from scratch. Maybe this is in your dating life. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Gemini. You're traveling, but you're traveling solo. And maybe this isn't literal travel. This is just you in life right now. This is the season that you're in life, is solo dolo. You're deciding, okay, maybe I'm not going to really be overly obsessed or concerned about a relationship. So maybe this is you kind of resigning to the fact that it's okay to be single. Because it seems like instead you're prioritizing your personal growth and your journey. You're working on self-improvement. You're not rushing it. You're going one step at a time. Or this is your spirit guide saying, Gemini, take one step at a time. You don't have to conquer 15 million things in a day. This thing, go slowly. Because it's meant to be a slow climb. It's meant for you to marinate. It's meant for you to think things through and maybe sit for a minute. There's something that you really want. It seems like you might be putting a bit more effort into this, and you may actually get to where it is that you really want. Because it looks like before the end of these 7 days, you're celebrating a triumph, an achievement. You're ascending. You're looking back on who you used to be in 2025. And in this year, you're realizing, yeah, this journey was worth it. This spiritual growth or this personal growth, well, same thing, was worth it. Somebody, as I mentioned to you, is envious of you. And let me remind you that while this person might be doing work on you, spiritual work, to try to trip you up, lay traps, no weapon formed against you may prosper. It's never going to work. So this person is trying to lay a trap out for you, not knowing that you already see what they're about. Not knowing the spirit has already revealed to you the snakes in the grass. So you already recognize what this person was all about. So you're not going to fall for that trap. But that doesn't mean that they won't try you. Okay? Because you do have that person in the background. They want you to see things and people for who they are. You're not confused. They're trying to tell you you have the power of discernment to overcome any sort of confusion, especially this week. Gemini Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you once again for tuning in, Gemini. Have a beautiful, blessed, productive week. And please do something about this anxiety, Gemini. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace out. Taurus Nation, this is a general reading. This means not everything will apply to you. This mentioned in this reading, taking what resonates, disregard the rest. Please avoid making any rash decisions based on a general reading. If you'd like a read based on your own personal energy, you can book on my website, which happens to be AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Also on my website, I am offering beginners tarot classes. If you'd like to reserve your spots, you can book your spot on my website, which happens to be, once again, AngelicAscensionsTarot.com. Click on beginner tarot classes. I'll be doing beginner, intermediate, and master level, but of course we're starting with the beginner classes. We are always going to go over delicate topics, so keep that in the back of your mind as you listen to this reading. Taurus. Trigger warning. Let's begin. There's a Sagittarius that is making a cameo appearance in your reading. They're saying hello, Taurus. Either this is your placement in Sagittarius or somebody else's. Sun, moon, or rising, Venus, Sagittarius. You deem somebody as being insensitive, possibly, or somebody's feeling this way about you. Maybe they feel like you're targeting them in some sort of way. Anyway, it just seems like there's somebody that you don't trust. Mistrust has formed, and maybe you shut down communication. And maybe there's somebody that's waiting for you to communicate with them. There's a Scorpio. There's definitely an improvement to your money. But what I do see in the background is that you've been going through some tough lessons. And some things have been kind of hard for you. Maybe this week you want to go out in nature. It's kind of cold to go to the beach, but maybe you might want to. Or maybe it's not the beach. Maybe you just want to go out in nature. Now, there's somebody that wants your forgiveness. Somebody wants you to forgive and forget. Somebody might feel like life is too precious to waste on negative thoughts and feelings. Somebody might be feeling this way about you. I don't know if you feel the same. Let's explore your side of the situation. I think you're confused. I think there's been some am I trying to say replacement? Replacement. Maybe you feel like somebody has replaced you, but I was really trying to say resentment. For some of you, the resentment has something to do with a third party. Like you feel like somebody chose someone else over you. And maybe they did a number on your mental health. So maybe for the sake of your mental health, you're like, I just need a moment. I need a moment to breathe. I need a moment to think, because somebody feels confused. They feel like maybe they don't have any clarity, or this is somebody that maybe you are seeing and talking to, or maybe they feel like, okay, what are we doing here? We don't have any labels. Like, are we this and that? Or are we dating? Are we seeing other people? Somebody just doesn't seem to know. And somebody would like to slip out of this confusing space that you're in and just have a clear answer. Somebody might feel very drawn to you because they feel like they're a soulmate. And it seems like there's somebody here that doesn't feel appreciated for what they do or for what they bring to the table. I think somebody is walking on eggshells in the background of this. I think somebody wants to figure out the right words to say to maybe win you over, or to get out of this very awkward, tense situation. Somebody wants to win your heart, but it just seems like they don't know how to do this. I also feel like what someone would like to win is their victory. They want to have victory over these addictions. Since addictions are being brought up, it seems like that plays a pivotal role in your situation. You're in your dynamic with this person. Like, you might feel like their addictions are out of control, and it's kind of affecting how you interact with them. Maybe you feel like they're like a functioning addict. Maybe that's your perspective of them. Or they feel like maybe that's how you see them. I don't know. Maybe some bad weather where you are. You might be going to an advisor. Somebody might be getting some advice about you. You might have a middle person, a liaison that's trying to play peacemaker in the situation. Somebody might be a musician. Somebody might play an instrument right. They dance. They're an entertainer. They're an actor. This sort of thing. Seems like you're isolating yourself from other people. Is somebody brainwashing somebody in the background? Random side note, you might be seeing a little spider webs. Or, quite frankly, somebody in your situation is a black widow. What I mean by this is somebody is venomous, poisonous, looking out for themselves. I'm hearing the word self-righteous. I don't know what this is about. Somebody is just a flat out no in the situation. This is Taurus. Somebody, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to say this. They spread their seed everywhere. So this might be somebody that has a lot of people pregnant. That's what this is. It looks like somebody might be pregnant. This is Taurus. Okay, let's look into this. What's really going on? So are you going to talk to this person or not? Some of you, maybe it's been more than a year since you've spoken to somebody. What's your issue with them? Oh, we've already established that, right? They betrayed you. They replaced you with somebody else. They chose somebody else over you. I think you're tired of this. I think you have an issue with trusting this person at this point. I think that the one minute they want you, the next minute they're pushing you away. You're confused. They're giving you mixed signals. On top of that, I think you're annoyed by their arrogance. Somebody is viewing someone as arrogant. And there's somebody that's keeping a secret. They're keeping a complete other person a secret. Or they're keeping their alcoholism a secret. This is the reason that someone is possibly getting deeper and deeper into an addiction, is because of what's going on emotionally. Maybe they're nervous that you're going to find out. But I definitely feel like there's somebody that has a lot of one-night stands. And they have you in the middle of a love triangle. They're seeing someone else, and maybe it's difficult for them to choose who they want to be with. So I see somebody waiting on the outside of this. Whether they're waiting publicly, like they're publicly saying that they're waiting, they're telling other people that they're waiting, or they're keeping it silent. But they're waiting at the same time. Somebody wants to have their freedom. They want to have their cake and eat it too. And now, after some time has gone by, they're having some regrets. They're reassessing the situation. They obviously weren't real with you about a lot of different things, Taurus. Believe it or not, newsflash, they might have some guilt about this. They might be reflecting on things and realizing, yeah, they caused a lot of pain. Maybe right now they feel like maybe this isn't, it's not going to work. They're having mixed, again, this push-pull, this mixed signals thing, this confusion comes back into play. Somebody might feel like you just have too many differences. There's something here regarding finances as well. Maybe somebody's not good with money. I don't know. But either way, maybe you're waiting for somebody to come in. It definitely feels like it does reach you. Yeah, somebody's living a double life, I feel. Somebody might have a family, but like I said, they're having a lot of one-night stands. I don't know. Somebody might be acting as though they moved on. They're casting off this appearance as though they're unaffected. They're immune to the breakup, but they're really affected by it. Whether this is a breakup amongst family members or this is a romantic thing. Okay. So the guilt is there. They're going to do about it. They're going to try to work it out with you or what? Some of you, yes. Some of you, they're energy vamps. They're feeding on your time, but they're not giving you, there's nothing else to stand on. There's nothing else really tangible that they're giving to offer you. But yeah, they might be trying to speak to you. And Happy New Year, Maya K, 2911. No, 2711. You might be going through the same thing with somebody over and over. Random side note, Gemini, crosswatch, your period might be late. You might be finding out that you're actually pregnant. Or somebody around, did I say Gemini? This is Taurus. It might be a Gemini that's pregnant. Or you are the Taurus Gemini. Somebody in your situation is just chaotic. Or this is how a situation has become. I don't know, like as a result of all this damage that has been caused. This situation, I don't think this is going to be resolved this week, Taurus. It just seems like there's an obstacle here. For some of you, maybe you might get that resolution. But for some of you, the situation might remain stagnant. It might continue to be the same. And what is it about these spiders? Somebody might leave you. Somebody, the song is playing in my head. It's a song by No Doubt. This is back when Gwen Stefani was the singer of the group called No Doubt, and the song is called Spiderwebs, and she says, leave a message and I'll call you back. And she says, it's all your fault that I screen my phone calls. Obviously, you're screening your phone calls this week. Maybe there's somebody that might try to get in touch with you. They might be trying to play phone. It might result in phone tag, because somebody might be leaving you a message and waiting for you to call them back. So whatever this is, where maybe you're needed to speak to somebody or communicate with them, whether it's about resolving a relationship or it's about something else, you might need to speak to somebody about something, or they might need to speak with you. But like I said, the point is you might be waiting. So it might be a little bit delayed as far as communication is concerned, or messages coming in, or you getting in touch with somebody that you need to get in touch with. Phone tag type of thing. This is also telephone being played, so that this is you telling someone something. A message might get misconstrued and changed along the way. Somebody wants to feel safe to talk about it. They want a safe space. They want you to respect who they are or how they feel about the situation. And then the other person wants this back in return. So it's just up to the two, whoever this is, this dynamic. Yeah, about whether or not somebody is trying to speak peaceful words or whatever. Maybe everything might not be peaceful. Somebody might feel the need to vent on some stuff. Especially with this gossip that's going on in the background, Taurus. Somebody might be giving somebody a loan. Somebody might need some financial assistance. You could possibly be providing that, or someone could be asking this of you. Or maybe this is you kind of coming out of this prideful space to ask for help with something that maybe you need. Maybe there's somebody you don't want to be around, to be honest, Taurus. But maybe you might feel like you're under obligation to be around this person. I don't know. But anyway, whatever this is about your money, might be some help. This could be provided to you. Maybe by, I don't know. We're not going to like go into details about how, but there's definitely some money that's coming in. You're in need of something. This need gets supplied. Spirit guides come in to fill the gap for you. And maybe you might feel like this is a recurring issue where you feel like, okay, why is this constantly happening? Why do I constantly feel like I'm in this financial bind type of situation? I don't know, Taurus. That's for some of you. If you're traveling, there might be some things that kind of delay you a bit. Somebody might be named after a flower. Jasmine or heather, rose. You get the point. There's a lot of changes that are coming in for you. There's a Leo that just stepped on the scene. We already mentioned Sagittarius, and I definitely feel like some of you are up where you are currently is not where you're going to be in maybe a year from now. Maybe this is, we're speaking about this in terms of personal and spiritual growth, or we're talking about your location. I definitely feel like you're moving. Maybe you recently moved, you might be moving again. And maybe this might be a better situation the next time around. I think for some of you, you're going to be meeting somebody new, because it seems like you're cozying up to somebody in this cold weather. Just my feeling, just what it seems to be. So maybe there's somebody that you like. Maybe you might be telling them rather than just thinking it, because I think there's somebody that likes you too, Taurus. This could be like somebody likes you, like they're attracted to you, they want to get to know you, but this could definitely be admiration. Maybe this is a friend or somebody that wants to be your friend, wants to talk. You know what I mean? You intrigue them in some sort of way. That type of thing. You got a secret admirer, romantic or platonic. Or, like I said, vice versa. You're dealing with somebody that's chaotic. You recognize them as chaotic, or this is how they see you. Like somebody is a magnet for trouble. I'm talking about emotionally. There's somebody that hurts a lot of different people, or they have a way of pissing a whole bunch of people off, including you. Yeah. Advice, Holy Spirit, for the Taurus nation for the next 7 days. Jasmine. Her name is Jasmine Flores. Jasmine Flowers. That's so funny. So this is definitely your reading. Thank you for commenting, Jasmine. Advice. You've been going through a hurtful period. And maybe this is literal. Like maybe you're having cramps. You're getting your period this week. For your wife or your girlfriend, whomever. But you're going through a period of time in your life where things have been kind of hurtful to you. It's been bringing you down. Yeah, it's been heavy for you. Your cards are saying don't dwell, though. You might be tempted to dwell, Taurus, on the past. And maybe you feel like you're not sure what's going to happen in the future. But your guys are saying be patient. Divine timing is playing a huge role in some things that are happening in your life. Especially if these are things that you're trying to bring into the 3D. From the 5D to the 3D. You've been trying to manifest something. And your guys are saying sometimes this might be quick. We'll get some quick results. And then sometimes, other times things might take some time. Because we're talking about alignment. And we're talking about divine timing. So Spirit is encouraging you to trust divine timing when it comes to this. You're going to have some small wins, some small triumphs. Your guys are saying celebrate that, even if it's a small victory, even if this is something that happens day by day, even if this means you get out of bed and put one foot in front of the other. Because I think you might be going through a depression, Taurus, to be honest. Your guys are saying savor the small steps. Give yourself a pat on the back. This is still an accomplishment, whether it's something small. Everything doesn't have to be this big production. Small things, small victories can be celebrated too. This includes things with your kids because maybe they need a little pat on the back too. You're going through a transition. You got some changes coming up. So even though things have been hurtful and difficult for you lately, you got some good things that are coming up. You guys are saying go with the ebb and flow of things. Things always ebb and flow. Everything is not always doom and gloom and terrible. So you got some changes that are coming in. In the meantime, they're saying work on you. I think you're focused on work too. You got to have a clear mind. Your guides want you to act with clarity. They don't want you to come from a place, make decisions in a place of haste and worry and uncertainty. They're saying first, clear your mind. Then you can make this decision with clear insight. They're coming in to give you this insight. You may be getting a lot of downloads this week though. Taurus. You're a fixed sign. Earth at that. Like that. With you being an earth fixed is different. No. I'm trying to figure out how to say this. Because it's one thing like Aquarius is a fixed sign as well. Aquarius is air. Changeable. Fire. Fixed sign. Leo. Put fire out. You can temper fire. You do different things with fire. But with you being earth, the point that I'm trying to make is that might make you even more, maybe not that good with change. But your guides are telling you, even with you being a fixed sign Taurus, you got to embrace it this week. There's no point in fighting it. It's going to happen anyway. So they're saying rather than fight the change, embrace it. You're going to unlock a lot of potential within yourself that maybe you didn't know was there once you do this. Where are you blocked? Where are you standing in your own way? This is where your guides are showing you. With you being able to embrace change. Because it's all over your reading and it's all over the advice. Did you not know this? There's a breakthrough. So I was telling you before, you're in a state of transition. You're coming out of this hurtful period of your life. Something really wonderful and beautiful is getting ready to happen if you let it. And this has something to do with something that you really want. It's coming in for you. But you guys are telling you, in the meantime, be in the here and now. Appreciate, savor life. Love and embrace the people that love you. Enjoy your everyday life instead of being so fixated on everything. What's to come, what hasn't happened, what might happen. You know what I mean? They're saying enjoy your life today. right now, where you are. Even if this is not exactly what you had envisioned for yourself, you're still here. You still have blood pulsing through your veins. Tell your loved ones you love them twice as much. You know what I mean? Appreciate and save her life. Especially a child, because it seems like there's a child that might be yours or is not. It might be a family member or close to you in some sort of way. There's a child that might need that extra TLC. And maybe that child is not external from you, but that is your inner child that we're talking about. Maybe this is you pouring a bit more into yourself. With that, Taurus Nation and Cross Watchers, this concludes your 7-day forecast. Have a beautiful, blessed, productive week. I'll see y'all in the next one. Happy New Year to you too, AJ. Aries Nation. Aries, this is a general reading. Not everything will apply. Take what resonates, disregard the rest. Avoid making rash decisions based on a general reading. You know somebody named Brian? Random side note. Or maybe you're meeting somebody named Brian. Just came out of nowhere. If you'd like to book a personal, my website happens to be AngelicAscentionsTarot.com. I'm also offering beginners tarot classes beginning on the 22nd of January. You can book your spot on my website as well, AngelicAscentionsTarot.com. Do we not talk about delicate topics? We always do. There's no avoiding it on this channel, so consider that a trigger warning. And let me give you another trigger warning. I can be very straightforward. I try not to be brutally honest, because honesty does not always entail being brutal with it. But I can be very straightforward. So just keep that in the back of your mind as well. Trigger warning, let's dive. There's a Leo that popped on the scene, as well as a Taurus, such as, yeah, there's a Taurus. And there's a Libra. Love is in the air for you, Aries. I think there's somebody that I was going to say smitten by. Maybe it's that, but I think it might be deeper than that, honestly. I think you absolutely love someone. I think you're in love with someone. Or maybe you're connected to somebody that might be getting advice from you about their love life. And that might be their picture of their situation. There's a Pisces. Is there somebody you're not talking to? Because chances are the person that you're not talking to may end up popping back up on the scene in your life. Maybe on your feed, like on the internet, or just directly in your life, maybe face to face. Somebody has a big mouth. Aries. Maybe they might have longer hair. There might be something kind of special around the eyes with this person. But a big mouth, meaning they run their mouth. Maybe they're loud. Maybe from your perspective. Aries, somebody might feel like it's you. The reading can go vice versa. This is a water sign. I'm trying to figure out what this, because there's somebody in your reading. I don't know. Never mind. I know what they're doing. I just don't know why. I don't have any context to frame this. So I'm trying to figure out, do I include this right here? Or I'll just wait till the context builds. I just hope I don't forget. To talk about it. Are you heartbroken? I think you are. Okay, I was telling you I think you love somebody. Aries. I just think that you broke up with this person. But I think they're on your mind. Maybe you like somebody. Like I said, maybe for some of you, it's not that you're in love, but you're definitely attracted to somebody, or there's somebody you want to talk to. Maybe you're waiting for them to make the first move. You're like, okay, I'm waiting for a sign from you. Okay, I don't know. Yeah, maybe you might get that sign, because it definitely looks like communication is coming in. Somebody might be DMing you. There's something you might hear through the grapevine from your friends. Okay, some sort of communication is going to be relevant in your situation, but chances are this person might call you directly. Some instances, though, I'm going to go ahead and talk about this thing that I was going to tell you about. I think I have a little bit more context, but like I said, I didn't say this, I didn't make this point. If I don't get more, once I do get more context about it, if it's provided, we're going to come back and I'm going to frame this a little bit more. I can put a pin in it. But point being is, somebody in the background of your reading is kind of passive aggressive. Not kind of. I told you somebody has a big mouth. There's a lot of gossip that's coming out of this person's mouth, and maybe not everything that they're saying is truthful. But yeah, this person likes to write notes. So they might be slipping this note in your DM, or they might be kind of posting it on social media where they know you're going to see it. The intention is for you to react to it, because like I was telling you, somebody has a big mouth. They want to hear what you have to. And they want you to react to it. They want you to be pissed off. I don't know why, Aries. Or, of course, the reading could be reversed. This could be you. Because I hear, what is that song by DMX? I don't know the name of the song, but he says, y'all gonna make me act a fool up in. Somebody wants you to act a fool. Somebody wants you to act a fool. I don't know why. This is Aries. Yes, they want to cause drama. Unless that's just the temperature of your situation with someone. Maybe this drama already exists. But somebody wants to like rouse this anger within you, okay? Yeah, there's that. And maybe chances are this isn't something that's happening directly between you and someone. This might be something that you might be observing. Somebody is acting like that. I don't know. And then keeping silent afterwards. I just don't get it. So there's that. I think that's a separate situation. Unless this is something that already happened. Like I said, maybe this is just the temperature of your relationship with somebody. Somebody may have done this already, okay? They may have triggered you to the utmost. And you may have kind of fallen for the bait. And now it seems like somebody now comes back to try to reconcile. I don't quite get it, but we're going to look into it. No. Yes. Okay, maybe that is the case. It just seems like somebody is walking off. They found your note, or they heard what you said. They got the point, okay? So whatever this is that was posted in plain sight for you and maybe even some other people to see before intended for you to react to, maybe somebody dealt with it silently. Maybe someone was like, you know what? Instead of reacting, I'm just going to be silent. Or maybe they did and they just went dead silent. Somebody's like, yeah, Aries does not like me, or Aries does not respect my boundaries. I'm out. That's the thing. Somebody does want to reconcile with you, though. They do. And so this is why somebody comes back on the scene. This is why someone is coming back. And maybe they're not making it plain to you. They're not being real with you about the fact that maybe they want to reconcile with you. This might be your spouse, your ex-spouse, your ex-friend. It seems like you have a back and forth thing with somebody. Like you're constantly like up and down with somebody. So I think you're thinking about somebody. They're thinking about you. You might feel that this person. Okay. I didn't realize I wasn't on the screen, so I'm not sure what you heard and what you didn't hear. I'll run it back a little bit. I was saying that someone may have triggered you. Yes. You walked away, maybe you went dead silent after this whole fiasco may have happened. You went silent. Somebody would like to reconcile with you. They might be doing so by sending you a message or having so-and-so send you a message. But I think that this is a pattern between you and someone where maybe you kind of drift apart and come back together. Point is, you're on somebody's mind this week. They're thinking about you. They're thinking about the toxicity of the past, your relationship the way that it used to be. And then there's also somebody that's thinking about the hurt and the pain of it all. Maybe they feel like you married somebody else, or you committed to somebody and maybe not them. I know I did disappear. I hope you can see me clearly now. Yeah, somebody in this legal situation could possibly have something to do. And thank you for getting my name right. We'll call me Angelica. My name is not Angelica. Yes. And so thank you for getting my name right. Yes, somebody, this legal situation may have something to do with a divorce. Somebody could possibly be deciding they're going to walk away from a marriage. Or maybe somebody, if it's not a marriage on paper, then we're talking about a committed relationship. Maybe you're cohabitating with someone, or you were. Somebody might feel a bit trapped, like they can't just up and leave. Random side note, you might be noticing a lot of birds around you, in particular, maybe crows. Somebody in the situation is not being honest. Because I was mentioning to you, somebody has a big mouth. They're running that beak. And the things that they're saying may not be completely honest, like I was telling you. They're not being real about maybe how something played out. They're playing the violins, right? But they're making it seem like their side of the story is just so innocent. And you were the big bad wolf in the situation. And they were this perfect angel. It seems like it's that type of thing. Anyway, there's an air sign, as I mentioned. Or let me make it clear now. Aquarius, Libra, or Gemini. I think there's something else going on with this legal situation, which we'll talk about. Because it seems like somebody might be thinking about a legal situation. Maybe this has something to do with property. Maybe this has something to do with an investment. Are you buying property? This is Aries, right? Yeah, somebody might be worried about homelessness. They might be worried about their living situation. Somebody might be getting bullied at work or school or within the family. You have a restraining order on somebody. There's somebody you wish would stop, okay? Because it looks like somebody just doesn't get the point. They don't know when to stop. Maybe this doesn't have something to do with a person. Maybe this has something to do with a pet. Maybe there's a pet that's just aggravating the heck out of you. I don't know. Maybe. Maybe they're mischievous or constantly getting into stuff and getting on your nerves. Somebody's sick. Someone passed away from an illness. This feels like it's past tense. Or maybe somebody's in a nursing home, hospital. Yeah. Random side note, Aries. You might have an item, an electronic item that is like constantly getting damaged or constantly getting it fixed, being put in the shop. Might be putting it in the shop again for the umpteenth time. You want to get some coffee, because I think maybe you have a coffee addiction. Again, observation, not a criticism. Or maybe you're just going to study at the coffee shop. I don't know. Somebody has a drinking addiction. If it's not coffee that we're talking about, like that type of drinking addiction, then we're definitely talking about alcohol. Somebody's definitely sulking over this situation. Again, this person may never let it show that they're hurt about this, but they are. Random side note, maybe you might be catching up on some laundry, Aries. Maybe you're going to the aquarium, or you're dealing with an Aquarius, a Pisces. You got some good news coming in, possibly through the internet, online, a meeting. Oh, you're definitely running into somebody you haven't seen in a minute, possibly. Either on the internet or in person. But it seems like you're happy to see whomever this is. There's somebody you can't stand the sight of, or they can't stand the sight of you. And maybe you're running into them on your feed. Yes. This is Aries. Somebody does not want to listen. Maybe there's an obedience issue with a child. Some of you have a third party. Some of you are expecting a baby. Maybe you're getting an ultrasound. And some of you, maybe the person that passed is not a person, but this might be a pet. But it's like a beloved of yours that may have passed. Maybe this is what you're thinking about around this period of time. It is Capricorn season. I'm like, maybe it's a Capricorn. Somebody did pass, and let's say that they passed away through like mysterious circumstances. There's some sort of investigations going on, and it seems like whatever this proof that's needed to maybe get a case propelled, to get it to move forward, this information is going to be found. For some of you, this doesn't have anything to do with solving some sort of case. This has everything to do with somebody playing investigator in the situation, because they definitely feel like you're up to no good. So what are they going to do? They're going to go round up information to take away the mystery of the situation. Maybe there's somebody that doesn't want to go by hearsay. They don't want to go by what the gossip is saying. They want to see for themselves. So somebody is taking it upon themselves. But yes, I did mention a legal situation. For some of you, yeah, somebody might be investigating something, gathering evidence, looking for something. I don't know what for. Maybe somebody's looking over a case again, is what this feels like, to be honest. It just seems like somebody might have gotten locked up for something that they didn't do, or enough evidence wasn't gathered to disprove something. Somebody might be getting out of jail, is what I'm trying to say. Maybe this is somebody with a court date coming up. This is somebody that maybe wants, what do you call that, an appeal on a previous case? I don't know. That's what this feels like, though. I mean, it's not just me the same. Yeah, the cards are saying it all over the place. You like coffee. That's your thing, possibly. You got a meeting coming up. I think you could possibly be attending a meeting, maybe online. Maybe you're eating a lot of cereal. I don't know. I think you really are into somebody, though, Taurus. Maybe you might get up the nerve to tell this person that you like them, or you want to spend time with them. It's Capricorn in the back of your mind. Okay. Okay, let's see. Spirit guides, what else is relevant for Aries as we close this out? You got a career transition coming up. Maybe you might feel that it's time for a career change, and it seems like an opportunity presents itself. As the advice, Aries or cross watcher, you might be clearing your space. You're clearing your energy. You're getting rid of clutter that's around you, and welcoming 2026 in a different type of energy. Whatever this is that you're worried about, your guides are telling you, you don't have any reason to worry. Everything is going to be fine. This does mean, in the form of the advice, though, Aries or cross watcher, that some things may end to make room for new beginnings. So your guides are telling you it's going to be necessary to release the old so that you can have some new energy coming in. Whatever is going on legally for you, for some of you, I definitely see a victory. This is something that you've been praying for, whatever this happens to be, whether it's related to something legal or otherwise, there is a victory for you. The Spirit is saying there's something that you really want. Your guides are telling you patience is going to be needed, because it seems like there's a process to something. Your guides are saying don't give up. Just because something might be a little bit difficult in the beginning to get something done, you're going to get through this. Lastly, they're telling you take care of yourself. Get enough sleep. Take optimal care of your health. Because it seems like you're absolutely exhausted, and that's getting in the way of the productivity of getting some things done in your life that you want to do. That lack of sleep could also be contributing to this anxiety, depression that I'm sensing about you. Anything else, Holy Spirit, for the Aries nation? There's a purpose. Something is absolutely meant for you. This is going to require courage. The Spirit is requiring you to move forward. And they're telling you you have the ability to move forward. It's just this fear might cause you to think that you don't. But your guys are saying something in life this week is going to cause you to have to move out of that fear, despite how fearful you feel about this. That your guides are also talking to you in the form of advice about cycles and about your ancestors. Your ancestors have stepped in the background to help you free yourself of cycles. They're telling you that they want you to learn from their mistakes. These are your ancestors that have passed, and these are also your living ancestors that could possibly be giving you some advice. They're telling you break the cycle. Maybe this is an ancestral pattern. Your mother did things a certain way, your grandmother, and back on, on down your lineage. Your guides are saying it stops with you. Break the cycle. Have the courage to do so. Your guides want you to know this week that your beliefs shape your reality. They want you to take a deep dive into your belief system, something that is completely outdated and something that is stalling you in life. And they're telling you to, instead of continuing to entertain that belief system, to break it. I think that's where they tell you to step forward with courage. There's something that you recognize as an issue about yourself, and you're wanting to change it. So your guys are telling you that success that you're looking for, it's on the other side of breaking this whole thing about the way that you're thinking about stuff. It has something to do with a belief system. There's something that you believe ancestrally, possibly, systemically. They're saying let that go. It is standing in your way. It is hindering you from the very thing that you want. The very thing that you want, you might feel is completely out of your reach, out of your grasp, but it's not. It's because of the way that you're seeing things. Some set of beliefs that are not benefiting you. And they're telling you it's time to break away. With that, Aries Nation and Cross Watcher, this concludes your 7-day forecast with Angelic Ascensions. Thank you, Jessica, baby 23. Happy 2026 to you too. Have a blessed, beautiful, productive week. Aries Nation and Cross Watchers, thank you for watching. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.